Chapter 1734. Since the beginning of the Great Space Era, Jun Changshao had obtained a lot of resources after passing through several planes. Especially the Xianyuan realm, which stored a lot of resources. Before Yuan Gongzi decided on the grand competition of the peaks, the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times were allocated, so they cultivated when they had nothing to do, and their realms improved rapidly. Especially the elders. Relying on resources, almost all of them broke through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm. In the entire upper realm, this level was comparable to Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano. They could not eat for free. Today in the soul mastery realm, they came in handy. Comparing numbers. The sect of all times was not weak either. Comparing strength. Everyone in the sect of all times was a prodigy. Therefore, when the 8 Gate Supremes entangled Jun Changshao and tried to let their clansmen attack the city, they were all killed by Ryu Sinan and the others. Whoever really came would die. In fact, it was only a small part of the sect of all times combat power. Core disciples like Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingqian who were not weaker than the elders had not appeared yet. Jun Changshao did not send disciples, but directly sent elders, also to ensure that rows of flowers would not be disturbed in the main hall. Some people might only see the sect of all times as being pretentious, but from another perspective, it would be for you, I am willing to be the enemy of the world. Level. It was immediately different. Of course, how could a sect compare to a plane? In terms of numbers, they definitely could not compare. Don't forget, there were the Stone Statue clan, the Dragon clan, and other clans in the eternal world. Because it was a family matter, they did not bother others, even if it escalated to a plain war in the end, they would see who would back down first. All in all. Unless faced with a force that was so strong that they could not compete, Jun Changshao and his sect would definitely not refuse, whether it was a one-on-one or a group fight, and would accompany them at any time. On the city tower. Ryu Sinan and the others were posing. That unyielding aura filled the entire city, deeply shocking Song Dehen and the old man who were pretending to be dead. They were too terrifying. Damn it! The 8 Gates Supremes roared powerlessly. They witnessed their subordinates being slaughtered with their own eyes, yet they were unable to help because the human in front of them could easily take on the 8 of them. On the surface, it looked like Jun Changshao was surrounded, but in reality, he had the other party surrounded. Boom! Boom! The heaven-crossing palm imprint whizzed out and forced the 8 supreme martial artists to retreat. Jun Changshao stood above the city tower and said coldly, "Stand outside the city obediently and wait for your god to descend." He didn't want to kill too many people. If these people were tactful enough to wait quietly, the situation would naturally not develop to the point where it was difficult to mediate. The 8 Gates Supremacy's face was extremely ferocious. At first, they wanted to rush into the main hall of the city to stop the power that was disturbing their minds and forcing them to kneel. Now that so many of their clansmen had died, it had already risen to the level of hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife. Everyone. The 3rd Gate Supreme being said in a low voice, "The situation is dangerous. We can't care about anything else." This seemed to be a secret code, causing the other 7 people to fall into deep thought. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, an even more intense 7-colored light surged out of the main hall, causing them to panic even more. They immediately threw away all their doubts and said in unison, "Come!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The 8 of them gathered together. 2 in front, 2 behind, 2 on the left, 2 on the right. Seeing this, Jun Changshao said with interest, "Are they going to use their trump cards?" Could it be? Song Dehen narrowed his eyes. Seeing the 8 supreme martial artists in formation, he couldn't care less about playing dead and immediately got up and retreated. When he turned around, he realized that the old man was running faster than him. He immediately sped up like a mad dog with his tongue out. Something's wrong. On the city tower, Ryu Sinan frowned. Gong Sun Ho said, I'm afraid these people have killer moves. Tisk, the Purple King said disdainfully, they're just a bunch of trash. What killer moves can they have? Kid. At this moment, the first Gate Supreme Being said coldly, this is a matter of the soul mastery realm. Since an outsider like you wants to participate, then leave your life here. Smack. Smack. As soon as he said that, the 8 supreme martial artists raised their hands and placed them on each other's shoulders. Their eyes shone with golden light as they shouted in unison, Ancestor bless us, 8 gates combine. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, golden light flickered outside the city, erupting with powerful energy that mercilessly cut through space. Boom. Boom. Other than the city protected by the Sect of all times, the valley where the 9th gate was located was instantly destroyed. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. At the same time, the golden light gradually weakened, and a huge body stood proudly in midair. Its skin was golden yellow, and if there was a swastika behind it, it would definitely be the Dharma idol of Buddhism. Hereinafter referred to as Dharma idol, oh my god. After hiding in a safer area, Song Dehen didn't have the mood to lie down and play dead. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, the ancestor has appeared. The soul ancestor had left behind a bloodline ability called the 9 gates combine. When the race was in a life and death situation, this ability could be used to turn the tide. This ability was only recorded in the history books because the descendants hadn't used it yet. Of course. It lacked the head of the 9th gate. It could only be considered a combination of the 8 gates, not the complete version. As expected, Jun Changshao was speechless. They really combined. In fact, when the 8 gates stood together, he guessed that the so-called trump card wouldn't be a combination, right? After all, the rows of flowers of the same race often combined with him. The motto of the other planes was to join if you couldn't beat them. And the motto of the soul control plane was to combine if you couldn't beat them. Die. The voice of the 8 gates supremes came from the Dharma idol, and then it stretched out a huge palm to press down on the city. Relying on its huge body, it planned to crush Jun Changshao and the others to death and destroy the main hall. No wonder Song Dehen and the old man ran faster than rabbits. Really? Foresight. Whoosh. Whoosh. Jun Changshao stood on the city tower and blasted the heaven-crossing palm from bottom to top, but when it came into contact with the huge palm, it couldn't stop the falling speed at all. If it was a one-on-one fight, none of the 8 gates supremes was his opponent. Now, with the support of the divine ability, the strength of the 8 gates supremes had already risen to a higher level. Kid. You can break 1 chopstick, but you can't break 8 chopsticks. Didn't your parents tell you this simple truth when you were young? The voices of the 8 supremes came from the Dharma idol, and there was a hint of mockery in their words. Whoosh! Right at this moment, Jun Changshao turned into a stream of light and rushed up, holding up the falling palm. His eyes flashed red, and he shouted, as long as you're strong enough, you can break as many chopsticks as you want. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A violent aura surged wildly from his body, and his face and skin gradually turned blood red. Gong Sun Ho was dumbfounded. He could feel that the patriarch was activating the bloodline of the stone statue race. But why didn't his skin turn into stone? Why was it emitting a strange aura? Bam! Under the crazy activation of the bloodline of the stone statue race and the heavenly demon blood, Jun Changshao's shirt suddenly burst open, and strange lines appeared on his strong muscles. His eyes became extremely red, as if a bloodthirsty demon had suddenly awakened from hell. Stingy Yuan! The Purple King shouted, "What do you say when the patriarch explodes his clothes?" Chapter 1735. Jun Changshao despised people who tore their clothes off in a fight because they had the ability to tear their pants off. He never expected that. He actually tore his shirt off when dealing with the golden Dharma form of the 8 gates. Jun Changxiao's muscles were not as exaggerated as Zi's and Xiao Ziji's, but they looked very well proportioned, so they had a high aesthetic value. Of course. This was not the point. The point was that after activating his bloodline, his combat power increased at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao's eyes were red, as if he was a demon that had awakened from hell. Especially the rolling blood-red aura, even his hair had turned blood-red. Horrifying and scary. Don't ask why such a serious node had hair. Whoosh! Violent power surged wildly, pushing against the big hand and moving upward. How is this possible? The 8 gates exclaimed. They had combined their supernatural powers and their strength had increased by a level, but they still could not suppress this human. Die! Whoosh! His left hand slammed down on the back of his right hand. Buzz! In an instant, violent energy rippled in midair. Wherever it passed, space collapsed and shattered again. The two forces exploded. Jun Changxiao suddenly fell rapidly and landed on the ground with a bang. His feet caved in and his body gradually bent down. After the 8 gates combined, the golden Dharma form was extremely powerful. It might not have reached the divine secret realm, but it was at least infinitely close. So this battle was a test for him. Kid! You are so arrogant. Jun Changxiao resisted the huge palms that were stacked together. Blue veins appeared on his forehead. Then he slowly lifted them up and straightened his back. Die! The Dharma form raised one hand. Under the golden light, it pressed down with violent power again. Boom! The ground cracked and dust flew. Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho frowned. The patriarch might not have been able to withstand the situation just now. However, when the dust settled, they saw that Jun Changxiao was still standing in the same place. Next to him was a figure shrouded in colorful light. They could barely see that it was the patriarch's wife. At that moment, Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho then realized that the auras in the palace had stopped and were all gathered around the patriarch. Inherited? Yes. Jun Changxiao asked, and rows of flowers answered. The communication style of the two was very simple and unadorned. All right then. Jun Changxiao withdrew his hand and said, I'll leave the rest to you. In fact, Rose of Flowers was the one who resisted the palm print. He didn't use any power at all. Could it be that after inheriting the 1000-element sovereign soul, this woman's strength had greatly increased? Could he even deal with the golden Dharma idol with ease? That was not the case. As a matter of fact, the reason why he was able to resist the pressure of the enormous palm was because of the rainbow-colored radiance surrounding his body. The power that deterred the 8 Gate Supremes instantly withered under the pressure. Golden Soul represented nobility in the spirit control world. However, in front of the 7-colored light, he was nothing more than a subordinate facing his superior. This woman, the golden avatar's eyes flashed with monstrous fury. The fused 8 Gate Supremes were very close to Rose of Flowers, and the feeling of being forced to submit grew stronger. Although I'm a descendant of the spirit control race, I'm already married to him. I don't value power, so you don't have to worry that my appearance will shake your position. Enveloped by the rainbow-colored radiance, Rose of Flowers' temperament appeared even more noble. However, when she looked at Jun Changxiao, she showed the gentleness and virtuousness that a wife should have. For Rose of Flowers, the trip to the spirit control world was an opportunity. It was just an opportunity. No matter what she obtained, whether her realm had become stronger or not, she was still this man's wife. If you marry a chicken, you will follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you will follow the dog. How could she be obsessed with power and status? This was Rose of Flowers' mentality. Therefore, she needed to let the 8 Gate Supremes understand that she had only inherited the opportunity left by her ancestors and then left like a passerby. She wouldn't change the current situation of the spirit control world, nor would she threaten their ruling position. At this point, it was already very clear. However, some people were too obsessed with power and wouldn't believe a word or two casually. Whoosh! Under the joint control of the 8 Gate Supremes, the huge Dharma idol raised its right hand again. Majestic soul power quickly gathered, forming layers of palm prints and pressing down with the power to shake heaven and earth. Anyone could say good things. Only by completely wiping them out could they consolidate their ruling position. It's hopeless, Jun Changshao said. Whoosh whoosh. The huge palm print carried the power of thousands of kilograms, pressing down like a heavy mountain. Rose of Flowers shook her head and said, "The ancestors were right, these people are too pedantic." Jun Changshao stopped and said with his back facing her, "So we need to reshuffle and change the situation. The capable will rise and the mediocre will fall. Only then can the race move towards glory." Understood. Rose of Flowers raised her head. Her clear eyes flickered with rainbow-colored radiance. An irresistible aura appeared around her, directly freezing the palm print in midair. Disperse. Bang! With a single word, the huge golden Dharma idol instantly disintegrated. The 8 Gate Supremes flew out in a sorry state. Damn! Gong Sun Ho said in shock, words of law. How? How is this possible? The 1st Gate Supremes clutched his chest, his eyes filled with shock. Just now, he could clearly feel an irresistible force entering his sea of consciousness, forcefully severing his connection with the other 7 people. This was definitely not a suppression of realm and strength. It was very likely a suppression of bloodline. Vaguely. The 8 Gate Supremes recalled what Hua Qianqing had said back then. Only then did he truly realize that the holy light had descended upon the soul mastery realm. He really had to submit. On account of being of the same race. Rose of Flowers floated in the air with rainbow-colored holy light and said, "I'll spare your lives." As for the 8 Gate Supremes, from today onwards, you will become history. Whether it's green soul or golden soul, you will all be treated equally. The voice spread throughout the soul mastery realm. The soul mastery race martial artists all kowtowed, the reverence in their hearts growing stronger. The battle between Jun Changshao and the 8 Gate Supremes was announced to have ended. Unfortunately, because of the appearance of Rose of Flowers, there was no victor. However, one thing was certain. It was very difficult for Jun Changshao, who relied solely on his bloodline, to instantly kill a powerhouse who was infinitely close to the divine secret realm. This was only a world that was slightly stronger than the upper realm. If he were to encounter a true second-class or first-class powerhouse, he was afraid. No problem, cheating. The sovereign thousand walking soul left behind by my ancestor can reverse the bloodline that has not changed for a long time. I need to stay here for a while. Rose of Flowers landed on the city tower, her nobility weakened quite a bit. Outside, she was the empress. At home, she was the wife. I'll wait for you. Although Jun Changshao was eager to find his life and death brother, it didn't matter if it took a year or 2. Whoosh! Rose of Flowers waved her hand, and the rainbow-colored holy light enveloped the 8 Gate Supremes as they flew towards the most lively city in the soul mastery realm. Next, she planned to popularize her ancestors' research on a large scale, thus changing the situation where green soul must be of a low level and golden soul must be of a noble. Patriarch. The Purple King walked over and said weakly, "Yuan Gongzi has a rule that you are not allowed to tear your clothes off in a fight. As the Patriarch, you have already made an exception. Can my spirit beast haul, bang." Whoosh! Ryu Sinan, Gong Sun Ho, and the others raised their heads and saw the Purple Hall Master flying towards the sky, turning into the most dazzling star. "Why did you mention it?" Beast Talent. Chapter 1736. The product that Hua Qianxing researched back then could be said to be epoch-making, because he added a more supreme soul to the golden soul. From the luster, it was temporarily defined as a colored soul. Of course. His original intention was not to create a new soul system that was above all living beings, but he hoped to change the rule of the race that had been based on the soul for many years. The clansmen could not be divided into lowly and noble at birth, they had the right to be respected and become strong. From Jun Changxiao's point of view, Hua Qianxing's move was great. Although Rose of Flowers, who inherited the colored soul, was married to a dog, she still had to complete the mission left by her ancestors, and work hard to improve the situation of the soul control world. First of all, she removed the status of the 8 gates in the soul control world, and removed the rule that the golden soul was superior and the green soul was a slave. As long as the clansmen could cultivate martial arts, they had the right to obtain resources. This could only change the rule, but it could not change the difficulty of low-level soul system cultivation, so Rose of Flowers advocated that the clansmen could work hard to achieve their will. In fact, the green soul was not bad, at least it could be used as a support. If it combined with other soul systems, both sides would definitely benefit. However, the soul control world had always advocated the golden soul and despised the green soul. How could they agree to let low-level soul systems support themselves? Until the 8 gates were removed, until there was no distinction between the noble and the lowly, this kind of complementary situation gradually appeared, and many clansmen realized that it was actually very cool to have the green soul support. The monsters that could not be defeated before could be easily solved with the green soul support, and the dungeons that could not be defeated before could be easily cleared with the green soul support, and even with the help of the green soul, alchemy and forging would be twice the result with half the effort. If the soul ancestor was in heaven, he would definitely be very pleased. Because, his purpose of creating different soul systems was to hope that future generations could cooperate with each other, and not treat each other differently. A bit interesting. Standing on the peak of the mountain, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. During this time, Rose of Flowers was improving the situation of the soul control world, and he had been watching as a bystander, witnessing the special effect of the green soul and other soul systems. If this clan was taken into the eternal world, and various soul systems were used to complement the disciples, would it increase their combat power? A support for each person, the picture was unimaginable. It might take 2 or 3 years. Rose of Flowers walked over. She had been dealing with the clan's affairs, and she looked a little tired. "I'll help you." Jun Changxiao. "How?" Hua Meigui joked, "Put them all into the eternal world." "Yes." Rose of Flowers looked at him. Because the soul system in the way of the world in eternal world in the world, of the god, of time Jun Chang said with a smile, the eternal world doesn't lack places for the soul mastery tribe. What's more, the soul mastery tribe and the soul mastery tribe are family. My husband is so good to me. Hua Meili smiled. When Jun Changxiao took all the members of the soul mastery race into the eternal world and chose Li Qingyang and the others to merge with, she finally understood his real intention. Of course. Flower Rose said helplessly, "I thought too much. In the sect of all times, Li Qingyang and a soul mastery warrior were sitting cross-legged in the martial arts practice field. Jun Changxiao said, "Let's begin." "Okay." Li Qingyang closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. The soul mastery warrior sitting next to him turned into a green attribute and merged into his meridians and blood. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the green attribute filled the surroundings. After it gradually weakened, Li Qingyang's hair and eyebrows were all green. "Second senior brother." Su Xiaomo exclaimed, "It's green." Swish. At this moment, Li Qingyang leaped up and hovered in the air. His right hand suddenly pressed down and he shouted, "Heaven crossing palm print." Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Several palms were thrown out in succession, and the power was extraordinary. Damn! Su Xiaomao and Li Fei said in surprise, so strong. They had a better understanding of second senior brother's strength. Now that he was supported by Green Soul, the heaven-crossing palm print was obviously at least 20% stronger than before. Ta! Li Qingyang landed on the ground. Green aura shrouded him and he looked extraordinarily mighty. Not bad. Jun Changshao smiled in satisfaction. His previous guess was right. With the support of the soul mastery race, it could indeed increase the overall strength of the disciples. Of course. Different soul types had different effects. For example, although Green Soul, which had merged with Li Qingyang, increased his strength by quite a bit, it strengthened his eukaryotic energy and allowed him to use the heaven-crossing palm print more frequently. There was also Purple Soul and Red Soul. He had to test them one by one to find out. Xingqian, step out. Ta! Yi Xingqian stepped out. Although he looked calm, he was actually a little excited. After all, he could increase his strength after merging. At this time, a soul mastery race warrior walked onto the training field. It was none other than Song Dehen, who had pretended to be dead the entire time at the 9th gate. Heh heh. He grinned and said, "Please excuse me." Seeing that this guy was smiling so timidly, Yi Xingqian immediately frowned. Fuse. Hoo. Song Dehen was a golden soul, so he turned into a golden light and merged into Yi Xingqian's body. When the special effect dissipated, the latter's hair turned golden, and he had properly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Previous chapter next chapter, boom. Night Emperor stood on the spot and punched a few times, excitement appearing on his face. After merging, his strength increased by at least 50%. However, the consumption of the power of true spirit was also much faster than before. From this, it could be seen that the Golden Soul's characteristic was to increase a warrior's battle power to the extreme, but at the same time, it would consume energy. It could be said to be a double-edged sword. In terms of personality, Li Qingyang, who sought stability, would definitely choose the Green Soul. Yi Xingqian, who advocated strength, would naturally choose the Golden Soul. Next, he tested the Purple Soul, Red Soul, and so on. Some increased defense, some increased speed, some strengthened soul, some strengthened pills, and some forged techniques. It could be said that he had everything. I can see it now. Jun Changshao said, "Your soul mastery race was born to assist our sect of all times." The sect did not lack talents. What they lacked was someone who could help them reach the next level. Rose of Flowers was speechless. Of course, she did not object to her people assisting the sect, nor did she care about her husband's real intention of taking them in. After all, placing them in the eternal world was a huge benefit in itself. Life and Death Secret Realm. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomao, Yi Xingqian, and the other core disciples stood proudly. Beside them stood a soul mastery race warrior. "Did you bring enough pills?" "I brought enough." "Did you bring the fried rice talisman?" "I brought it." "Alright, let's go." After everything was ready, everyone stepped into the life and death secret realm. Then, a deep voice resounded through the sky, "Core disciples Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomao, and 10 others, choose hell mode." Damn! Li Tian said in shock, "Senior brothers are challenging hell mode. Is this reclamation?" Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the study, laughed. The life and death secret realm at the back of the mountain was a high level. Until now, no disciple had passed the hell mode. With the help of the soul mastery race, it should not be a big problem. A big problem. Li Qingyang and the others had just entered for a few minutes when the core of the reclamation team, Yi Xingqian, was sent out. He grabbed Song Dehen, who was also sent out, and roared, "Why the fuck are you running?" I'm scared." Chapter 1737. Ta. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others arrived at Life and Death's secret realm. Because they had chosen Hell mode, the environment was very dark and depressing. Even the wind that blew was like the howling of ghosts. Let's eat. Shua. Shua. Everyone sat down and took out Lu Wancher's fried rice to eat. If Hell mode was compared to a dungeon, then they were now buffing their status. Of course. What kind of food was eaten for each class? For example, Xiao Ziji, the main tank of the exploration team, was eating chicken stewed with mushrooms. This was Lu Wancher's latest research, and its effect was to increase defense. Yi Xingchen was eating spicy fish head. There was only one mission, which was to attack crazily when the team was formed. Come. After eating, Yi Xingchen looked at Song Dehen and said, let's fuse. The food only slightly increased their status. The ones who dared to challenge Hell mode in high-rank Life and Death secret realm were still supported by the Spirit Mastery race. Oh. Song Dehen responded, then turned into a golden light and fused with it. At the same time, the other Spirit Mastery race who followed and also fused with Li Qingyang and the others, and all aspects of them improved significantly. Shua. Xiao Ziji activated the special effect of the text, and his whole body was covered by the mech. He placed the streamer shield in front of him and said, I'm going. Go. Ta ta ta. Xiao Zuiji charged forward, and as soon as he left the safe zone, numerous ferocious-looking giant demon beasts suddenly condensed in the dark void in front of him. Judging from their auras alone, they were at least at the upper level of the truth-seeking realm. As everyone knew, dungeons were made up of bosses and small monsters. And the beasts that appeared at this moment were at most small monsters. Shua. Xiao Zuiji rushed over and waved his right arm. The flowing light shield flew out and hit a demonic beast, then bounced off to another demonic beast. Soon, he had attracted the hatred of dozens of demonic beasts. Roar! Roar! The beasts roared and attacked. Pine! Xiao Ziji grabbed the rebounded streamer shield and placed it in front of him. Light instantly covered his whole body, turning into an even bigger shield. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Dozens of demonic beasts used their bodies to crazily charge forward. Although their strength was extremely strong, they were unable to move the slightest bit. During this time, Li Qingyang, Yi Xingchen, and the others did not make a move. This was because they were waiting for Xiao Ziji to stabilize the aggro. This was to prevent them from going OT if they went OT. It's about time. A few seconds later, Li Qingyang said, go. Shua. Shua. The golden-haired Yi Xingchen was the first to rush over. He had already formed the hand seals for the Heaven Crossing palm. As the main damage dealer of the first clear team, what he needed to do now was to kill all the small monsters while Xiao Ziji was tanking the monsters. This was a test of the coordination between the tank and the DPS. However, the two of them, one attacking and one defending, already had an absolute tacit understanding. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problems. Heaven Crossing palm print. At this moment, before Yi Xingchen arrived, two palm prints had already arrived. Although there weren't many of them, they were far more powerful than before with the support of the status and golden soul. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the two palm prints fiercely pressed down on the monsters that were gathered together. If they had HP, they would have been reduced by more than half. If the damage was displayed, the screen would be filled with Arabic numbers at this moment. Amazing! Su Xiaomua said. Roar! Roar! The demonic beasts that had suffered heavy attacks circled around Xiao Zuiji and charged towards Yi Xingchen. The stronger the damage dealer, the easier it was to OT. Junior brother. Be careful. Yi Xingchen ignored Li Qingyang's reminder and stood proudly on the spot. The corner of his mouth raised in disdain. A bunch of trash. With the support of the golden soul, he felt extremely powerful. With a few more palm strikes, this group of monsters, swish. Suddenly, the golden power in his body receded like the tide. Song Dehen jumped out of Yi Xingqian's body and stepped back with his long legs. Without the support of the soul power, Night Emperor's hair and eyebrows not only returned to their original state, but he was also stunned on the spot. He actually ran away. Roar. Dozens of monsters with low HP rushed over like monstrous waves enveloping a small boat in the storm. At this critical moment, Yi Xingqian said, "Fuck, boom. Boom." Dozens of forces pressed down and Night Emperor's body suddenly shattered into nothingness. He was also sent out of the life and death secret realm. Song Dehen was also sent out because of the fusion of the two and attracted all the hatred. Swish. Swish. Not long after, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others were also eliminated. The whole family was lying on the ground in an orderly manner, all paralyzed. At this point, the core disciples had failed. The culprit that caused the team to be wiped out was naturally Song Dehen. The next day, Yi Xingqian came to the study and said, "Disciple applies for soul swap." That guy called Song Dehen was so cowardly. If I fused with him, it would be a disgrace to my name as Night Emperor. Jun Changshao said, "Song Dehen just entered the sect and hasn't experienced many facilities. It's normal for him to back out in hell mode. As his partner, I should help him overcome his fear." Good luck, you can do it. Yi Xingqian collapsed. The patriarch didn't plan to swap his soul and wanted him to help him. Good. Good. This emperor will definitely train him into an iron-blooded man. Training room. Song Dehen took a step forward and then walked in very carefully. Yi Xingqian, who was following behind, saw his cowardice and almost couldn't help but kick his butt. "Senior brother." Song Dehen said weakly, "Why did you bring me here?" "Physical training." Yi Xingqian walked to the front of the room and said, "Go in." Although Song Dehen was cowardly, he was very vigilant. He hurriedly covered his stomach and said, "Oh, no. My stomach hurts, I have to go to the toilet," swoosh. Yi Xingqian was afraid that he would run away, so he grabbed his collar and stuffed him in. Bang! The door closed and the time was set. At first, Night Emperor set 20 hours, but he felt that the difficulty was not high enough, so he went back to the training room and reset it. Creak. Not long after, the training room door on the left opened. He Woody came out and heard a scream. He subconsciously looked back and saw that the training time was 84 hours. He widened his eyes and said, "So fierce. Ah ah ah. Ah ah ah." Screams sounded in the training room. It was night. He Woody sat alone on the mountain peak. Since entering the eternal world, this last disciple had very little screen time because he focused all his attention on cultivation. To the sect of all times, a first-class plane meant nothing more than a better cultivation environment. To him, it meant a lot because his attributes barely met the requirements and he could cultivate some advanced martial arts. I have comprehended 30% of 9 dragons split palm. I have comprehended 20% of heaven and earth transformation. These 2 martial arts should be enough to deal with a half-step celestial realm. If I can master them, who in the upper universe can be my enemy? He Woody lay on a rock and looked at the starry sky. He said to himself, the patriarch is a man with aspirations. He should be on the road to immortality. When that time comes, I can go home. Yi Xingqian's story was known by the whole sect. No one knew his story until now. Of course. Unlike Yi Xingqian's arrogance, He Woody had been very low-key since he entered the sect, as if he did not exist. Even when Yuan Gongzi said that disciples could challenge elders, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others did not think of him immediately. This was exactly what He Woody wanted. Because he did not like to be high-profile, he preferred to live in the cruel world. If not for the seven-colored light, this brother would have continued to live in seclusion. He did not want to achieve anything, only to achieve the level of the seven profound sage. Chapter 1738. The addition of the spirit mastery race had greatly increased the overall strength of the sect of all times. It had also given the core disciples the courage to challenge hell-level secret realms. Of course, there were too few secret realms now. Hence, Jun Changshao was thinking of finding a time to refresh the store and see if he could get more dungeons. Bah! The system said, "You're not looking for a time. You're waiting for the three values." This also means that I'm less reliant on the store, Jun Changshao said. He refreshed the store when he couldn't get over the hurdles in the past. He refreshed the store when he encountered dangers in the past. Leaving the upper realm to roam the universe was something that had never happened before. Self-improvement. Jun Changxiao's pursuit. All right. The system said, the fleet of the astral spirit realm that chased us earlier. Don't empty the three values if you can. I just don't want to waste time, Jun Changxiao explained. When the falling star continent was destroyed, he only wanted to wipe out all the enemies. Hence, he went to the extreme of emptying the three values. Under normal circumstances, there would be many ways to solve it. Jun Changxiao did not want to get rid of the system's assistance. He just wanted to rely on himself as much as possible. If he could not, he could only cheat. After all, as a protagonist with good morals, he had to show the readers that he had been working hard and never slacking off. In the vast universe, Eternal flew at high speed, dragging a stream of light behind it. With the vast resources of the eternal world as his backing, there was no need to go to other planes. He expected to reach the mountain and sea realm soon. Because it was in autopilot mode, Jun Changxiao spent more time in the sect taking care of internal affairs. He often sat in front of Gu Zhaoxi's grave with a bowl of wine and a plate of peanuts and drank until he was drunk. "Brother, you and I have met to roam the universe." Every time he thought of Gu Zhaoxi sacrificing himself for him and the sect, Jun Changxiao felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Hence, he went to the mountain and sea realm to find his brother and swear that he would not let him be the bomber again. Core disciples Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and 10 others choose hell mode. At this moment, a loud and clear voice sounded from the back of the mountain. After resting for a couple of days, Li Qingyang and the others started to challenge the life and death secret realm again. This time, they had made ample preparations. Not only were there core disciples, but there was also eldest senior sister Lu Qianshan, last disciple He Wudi, and sword Dao genius Zhou Hong, who had not shown up for a long time. If they wanted to attack, they would attack. He had to be in control. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, there shouldn't be any problems. Shua. After entering the dungeon, Yi Xingchen grabbed Song Dehen's collar and said angrily, "No matter what danger we encounter, we must face it fearlessly. This is the first principle of the sect of all times. Do you understand?" Su Xiaomo muttered, "That's not the first principle." Ming, Song Dehen said in horror, understood. He had been trained by Yi Xingchen for the past few days, and his life was worse than death. As for whether it was effective, it would have to be seen in actual combat. Eldest senior sister. Can we start? Li Qingyang was always the second disciple in the sect, so he naturally had to ask the eldest senior sister before entering the hell-level dungeon. Xiao. At this moment, Lu Qianshan flew out of the safe zone and landed lightly in the monster area like a fairy. The ground under her feet quickly froze and spread out. Roar! Roar! The secret realm was instantly activated, and dozens of monsters appeared. All right. Li Qingyang was speechless. Junior brother Yi was already reckless enough, but the eldest senior sister was even more reckless. The second expedition was a bit dangerous. Ka ka ka. Ka ka ka. At this moment, wherever the layer of ice passed, the demonic beasts that had just appeared were all frozen, turning into lifelike ice sculptures. Even the gloomy atmosphere in the surroundings seemed to have been frozen. So cold. Su Xiaomao hugged her shoulders and shivered from the cold. Clang, beside him, Zhou Hong unsheathed his sword. He and the scabbard flew out at the same time. When the tip of the sword touched the ground, he used the force to rise into the air again and then hung above the frozen monsters. He said, "Jinghong, return." Xiao. The sharp sword swept down from top to bottom, and the flickering light illuminated the dark environment. Swoosh! Zhou Hong landed behind Lu Qianshan and inserted his 3-foot-long sword into the scabbard that flew over and stood vertically at his feet. From unsheathing to sheathing, it was worthy of the heavenly fairy. Ka! Ka! At this moment, the ice layer broke. Poochie! Poochie! The heads of dozens of monsters were all broken. Their huge bodies collapsed and then turned into flowing light and disappeared. Li Qingyang was stunned. That's it. Roar. At the same time, another furious roar came from afar. A giant clad in battle armor appeared, holding a broken mountain-splitting axe in his hand. Regardless of the difficulty, there were a total of 3 stages in the life and death secret realm. In hell mode, each stage had a boss, so to enter the second stage, they had to kill it. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang shouted, "Go!" Xiao Zuiji rushed over with large strides. He was fully armed as he moved, and the flowing light shield was already in front of him. Su Xiaomao and the others were not idle either. While the tank was pulling the boss's aggro, they went around in different directions, ready to attack at any time. Because of Song Dehen's support, although Yi Xingchen rushed over, he was afraid of being betrayed, so he was very cautious and even a little scared. Boom! Xiao Ziji took the lead and swung the flowing light shield at the giant's head. Then, he stood up and used shield dance, dealing a series of damage, firmly pulling the boss's aggro. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaomao, and the others acted according to the situation. They used all kinds of martial arts, and damage numbers filled the screen. Yi Xingchen also went up. However, he was just slacking the whole time. As the main damage dealer, he could deal 200% damage, but now he only dealt 50%. Unfortunately, there was no aggro table or damage table. Otherwise, Yi Xingchen would definitely be second to last. Who was last? Without a doubt, it was He Wudi. As the most cautious person, in this situation, he would save as much energy as he could and slack as much as he could. Anyway, he looked very serious. Who knew if he could deal any damage? The first stage's boss was not difficult. As long as Xiao Ziji kept the boss's aggro and the core disciples kept attacking from the side, they could easily kill it. Roar! An hour later, with an unwilling roar, the armored giant knelt on the ground in pain and gradually turned into fluorescent light. At this point, the first kill of the first stage's boss in hell mode was taken by the core disciples of the sect of all times. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the dispersed fluorescent light merged into the bodies of every participant, bringing them extremely rich profound meaning of heaven and earth, which was also known as experience points. So good. Su Xiaomao closed his eyes and quietly felt the harvest. These experience points could not help him peek into the peak of the truth-seeking realm, but he had a deeper understanding of martial arts. When the time came for a breakthrough, he would definitely be able to break through the bottleneck better. Buzz. After a while, everyone was sent to the second stage. Hell mode would definitely get harder as they progressed, so Lu Qianshan also acted cautiously and did not recklessly rush out of the safe zone. Chapter 1739. Next. Li Qingyang and the others entered the second level. Because of Lu Qianshan and Zhou Hong, the two control and output, clearing the small monsters was particularly easy. Soon, they fought the boss again. It was also a giant wearing armor, but it was riding a mount. When it fought, it would also help its master shoot out skills. In a moment of carelessness, the whole team was wiped out. Damn it! Before the weakness came, Yi Xingchen angrily grabbed Song the hen and roared, "How could I partner with you? Big brother, this time, it's not my fault." Indeed. He didn't blame him. However, since Yi Xingchen had entered the life and death secret realm, he had been too cautious and cautious. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Yi Xingchen. In short, he needed someone to take the blame. "It's okay," Li Qingyang comforted, "come again next time. The life and death secret realm wouldn't kill people. At most, they would be weak for a period of time. At most, they would come a few more times. As long as they were familiar with the boss and understood its attack mechanism, it would only be a matter of time before they defeated it." Sure enough. In the following month, everyone went to challenge it as soon as they recovered. Although they died several times in front of the second-level boss, their hard work paid off. They finally succeeded in finding the attack mechanism and defeated it in 2 hours. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Su Xiaoma, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was enveloped by the fluorescent light. Immediately, a majestic aura of advancement surged, and he excitedly said, "I'm going to break through to the peak of the truth-seeking realm." After defeating the first boss, he was still far from the breakthrough. After defeating the second boss, he directly broke through on the spot. This was the generous reward given by the Hell Mode. "I'm almost there too," Li Fei said. He and Su Xiaoma were not as monstrous as Yi Xingchen and the others. Their realms were still stuck at the upper level of the truth-seeking realm. Actually, the disciples who were able to reach the upper level were already ranked highly in the sect of all times. Even elders like Ryu Sinan were only at the peak of the seeker realm. It could be said that there was a huge gap between the truth-seeking realm and the heavenly secret realm. Currently, only Jun Changshao had managed to do so. Even the Rose of Flowers who had inherited the thousand-walking sovereign spirit was only at the peak of the heavenly secret realm. Plop. Plop. In the third stage's boss area, Xiao Ziji and Su Xiaoma fell to the ground. Both of them were heavily injured and in critical condition. Seeing this, Li Qingyang thought, "It's over again." After defeating the boss of the second stage, they had come to challenge the boss of the third stage 10 times. Every time, they would be wiped out at this critical juncture. There was no way they could do anything about it. Roar. A furious roar rang out. A snake beast with 9 heads rushed out and spat out toxin-like energy at everyone present. Li Qingyang and the others shrugged their shoulders helplessly. They had experienced this familiar scene more than 10 times. "Be careful." At this moment, Xiao Ziji rushed over with his shield, condensing his last defense in front of everyone. As the main tank of the team, even if he was left with his last drop of HP, he had to stand in front of his teammates fearlessly to shield them from the wind and rain. Boom! The toxic energy sputtered and quickly corroded the flowing light shield. Xiao Ziji's HP bar was also emptied, and then he turned into a stream of light under everyone's gaze. Bang! Bang! Without the tank's protection, Li Qingyang and the others were eliminated one after another. This time, the team was wiped out just like last time. They had no way to fight back. Even the prying mechanism could not be avoided. Outside the secret realm, Xiao Ziji said weakly, "We can't beat it." Sigh. Li Qingyang said, "Let's stop here for now. When everyone is stronger, we can challenge it again." Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and said, "How can I not be satisfied?" After spending so much time, they had finally reached the final boss. If they gave up and waited for the cooldown to reset, it would be unacceptable for these people who wanted to be strong. On the contrary, Night Emperor was very calm. Because of Song Dehen's existence, he didn't do much. Of course, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to beat it because the third stage was too difficult. Let's go. Li Qingyang tried his best to stand up and said, after the side effects disappear, everyone will cultivate diligently. Sooner or later, we will be able to pass this stage. Although Su Xiaomao and the others were unwilling, their strength did not allow them to repeatedly challenge it, so they could only leave dejectedly. I think so. At this moment, a voice came from behind, you can challenge it again. Li Qingyang and the others stopped and turned their heads to look at Hiwudi. Junior brother. Su Xiaomao said bitterly, we were completely crushed by the snake beast. Even if we go, we will be sending ourselves to death. Trust me. Hiwudi said with a serious gaze, challenge it again. Junior brother Guan Meng, who had always been quiet and insignificant, suddenly had a serious expression. This made everyone a little uncomfortable. That's right. Yi Xingchen stood up and said, our sect of all times never gives up easily. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaomao were silent. 7 days later. Lu Qianqian said, gather here. Okay. Since the great senior sister had spoken, even if they knew that they would fail, they still decided to challenge it again. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the mountain peak, took a bite of a cucumber and said to himself while chewing, I am proud of you all. Never give up easily. This was the spirit of the sect of all times. 7 days later. Li Qingyang and the others gathered in front of the life and death secret realm again. Let's go. Go in. Everyone merged into the whirlpool without hesitation. Because the bosses in the first 2 stages had been defeated, they were directly sent to the 3rd stage to face the hydra that crawled out of the void. Formation. Li Qingyang shouted. Wine. 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 Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaomao, and the others activated the text effect and entered the most serious battle state. Yi Xingchen, who had been slacking, also put on his armor and summoned his Fangtian halberd. Ta! Just as everyone was rubbing their palms, Hiwudi walked out first and faced the hydra. With his back facing everyone, he said, leave it to me. Whoosh whoosh. A sudden wind blew in the secret realm and blew away the messy hair on his forehead, revealing his sharp face. To slack off, Yi Xingchen could only be considered a younger brother in front of Hiwudi. However, he decided to be serious about today's challenge. Not for anything else, but because before they were wiped out last time, Xiao Ziji still risked his life to take the damage for him even though he knew that they were going to lose. Slack. It was for the sake of living a better life. Hiwudi couldn't choose to give up and ignore everything because he had joined the sect of all times for so long that his mentality had changed. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, his body was surrounded by an extremely majestic true spirit power. Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingchen were stunned. Both of them could clearly feel that the other party's martial Dao aura was gradually rising. His strength was probably not above theirs. It was above theirs. Step back. Hiwudi raised one hand. These words were unnecessary because Li Qingyang and the others had already hidden in the distance and were silently cheering for him. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the hydra locked onto Hiwudi and opened its 9 bloody mouths to charge at him. Whoosh whoosh. A gloomy aura erupted, making people shudder. Swoosh. Hiwudi assumed a posture similar to sect leader Qiao's 18 dragon subduing palms. He quickly formed some kind of hand seal and blasted it into the void, saying, 9 dragons splitting palm. Roar. Roar. In an instant, the surrounding majestic true spirit power turned into 9 roaring dragon beasts and pounced over with a momentum that shook the space. There was no need to describe the scene. Just from the wide eyes of Li Qingyang and the others, one could guess that it must be a spectacular scene with full special effects. Even if Jun Changshao was here, he would probably be stunned. If one had to describe it, every battle that they had experienced before, every martial art that they had used, was overshadowed by the appearance of the 9 dragons, including Gu Tianqing and Gu Xianyuan. Puqi. Puqi. The power of the 9 dragons wrapped around the Hydra and turned into blades that mercilessly tore it apart. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was a tragic sight. A moment later, everything returned to normal. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji and the others were still dumbstruck. As for the snake beast that had killed him 10 times, it had already been split into pieces and then gradually turned into fluorescent light that filled the sky. Instant kill. Phew. Wudi retracted his palm and spat out a mouthful of turbid air, secretly saying, I haven't used it for a long time, I'm a bit rusty. Outside. When the Hydra was erased, a heavy voice resounded throughout the sect, congratulations to the core disciples Li Qingyang, Su Xianhua and the others for successfully passing the Hell Mode. Chapter 1740. The heavy voice resounded throughout the sect of all times, and all the disciples heard it clearly. Cleared. That's the Hell Mode, as expected of senior brother. Many disciples were generally stuck in the normal and hard modes, but the core disciples directly cleared the Hell Mode, which naturally caused a heated discussion in the sect. In the study, Jun Changshao put the mask on his face, then patted it a few times, and said with relief, You didn't let me down. Because this is the first time you have cleared the Hell Mode of the high-grade Life and Death Secret Realm, all the members of the sect are rewarded with some experience points. The heavy voice sounded again. There's such a function. Jun Changshao was stunned. He released his spiritual sense to cover the entire sect and found that all the disciples were shrouded in holy light. Obviously. This was the so-called experience points. What's this? I feel like I can absorb it. The disciples sat cross-legged on the ground and absorbed the holy light around them. This power was very pure and contained the profound meaning of heaven and earth, so once absorbed, it instantly merged perfectly with the meridians and dantian. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a short time, the disciples who were stuck in a certain realm broke through to a higher level because of the absorption of the experience points, forming an extremely huge momentum of advancement. I broke through. I entered the truth-seeking realm. Excited voices sounded one after another in the sect. Li Qingyang and the others passed the Hell Mode and brought benefits to the entire sect, which was something that Jun Changshao never expected. However, there was one thing that was very strange. The holy light only covered the disciples, not the higher-ups. Because it was the disciples who cleared it. The system explained. Jun Changshao said, if Elder Lu and the others go to the Hell Mode, they will also benefit after clearing it. It should be. The system was not sure, after all, it was just an auxiliary and complaining. If there's time, let them try it. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, anyway, they have nothing to do. If Ryu Sinan and the others heard this, they would cry and shout, in order to prepare for the peak competition, we are so busy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind the mountain, in front of the Life and Death Secret Realm, Li Qingyang and the others were sent out. After defeating the boss of the 3rd stage, they had also gained a lot of experience points, especially Li Fei and the others, who had stepped into the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Before entering, everyone had different levels of strength. After clearing the stage, everyone's strength was at the peak of the Seeker realm. Although people like Li Qingyang and Yi Xingchen had not broken through, they had a deeper understanding of the martial way. In the future, if they had the opportunity, they might be able to step into the half-step heavenly fate stage. Of course. At this moment, they were not in the mood to care about the benefits of passing the level. They were still staring at Wudi, who had his back to them. This guy had just insta-killed the boss. Too strong. Yi Xingchen was extremely shocked. Among the disciples of the sect, he boasted that he was not inferior to others. But He Wudi's powerful performance just now showed that the difference between the two was too great. Oh my God! Su Xiaomao walked over and said in disbelief, "Junior brother, you hid your strength too well." He Wudi had fought before. In terms of strength, he was neither the best nor the worst. But from today's performance, he was definitely the strongest disciple of the sect of all times. It was not just the disciples. Just the one move he used in the dungeon. 9 dragons split palm. Not to mention Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho, even Jun Changshao would cry with envy. Plop. At this moment, He Wudi, who had been standing proudly, suddenly collapsed to the ground like mud. Junior brother He. Su Xiaomao hurried over to help him. I'm fine. He Wudi said, "I'm just a little weak." Everyone immediately understood. Although junior brother He had insta-killed the boss with one move, he had paid the price of his body being completely drained. This was normal. Otherwise, it would be too scary. Hurry. Li Qingyang said, "Send junior brother He to the medicine hall." No. No need. He Wudi said, "Carry me back to my residence. I'll recover after a few days of rest." Creak. The room door closed. As soon as Li Qingyang left, He Wudi immediately got up from the bed and said to himself, "I've been exposed." His principle was to stay low, but he was influenced by Xiao Ziji and the others, so he finally decided to take action. As for lying on the ground just now, it was also intentional. He wanted to let his fellow disciples think that his strength was built on the huge price he had paid. In short, after being high-profile, he had to be low-key. However, no matter how low-key or low-key he was, it was useless. Because the terrifying explosion had been deeply imprinted in the minds of Li Qingyang and the others, especially. Su Xiaomao was still at the scene. The next day, that guy placed a chair on the training ground, stepped on it with one foot, and began to talk about the situation when they fought the boss of the 3rd stage yesterday. Damn! Is senior brother He that strong? The news of He Wudi killing the boss of the 3rd stage quickly spread throughout the sect of all times, and the disciples began to discuss it. There's such a thing. Jun Changshao also knew about it, and said while holding his chin, "My last disciple is good." Of course. Su Xiaomao said, "Patriarch didn't see it, but junior brother He's martial arts skill was simply. I can't even describe it. In short, it was earth-shattering. I'll go and take a look." Jun Changshao set off for the disciples' mountain. On the way, the system said, "This guy has taken a fancy to other people's martial arts again." Why again? Because the entire sect was cultivating the hidden cultivation technique, which was still not outdated, was obtained from He Wudi. Invincible. How lonely. He Wudi sat on the bed and hummed a song. Suddenly, he felt that someone was coming, and hurriedly laid on the bed with a weak appearance. Creak. Jun Changshao pushed the door open and said, "I know you're very weak now, so I didn't knock." Sect. Patriarch. I'm fine. It had to be said that He Wudi was the real actor. Invincible. Jun Changshao moved a chair and sat on the bed. He looked at the weak-looking disciple and said, "How long have you been in the sect?" He Wudi said, "More than 10 years. Are you used to it?" Used to it. Are you still used to it? Used to it. He Wudi answered while muttering in his heart, "Something's wrong." Sigh. Jun Changshao stood up and clasped his hands behind his back. Although my eternal sect has inherited the 7 profound Saint Venerable's legacy, but, the martial arts he left behind are few and far between. Therefore, as your realms become stronger and stronger, it will become more and more difficult to cope with. He Wudi groaned inwardly, "You're trying to trick me again." Invincible. Jun Changshao said, "All these years, have I been good to you? All these years, have you received fewer resources? All these years." Patriarch, don't say any more. He Wudi took out a martial arts secret manual from his spatial ring and said with a sobbing tone, "I'll hand it over." "Just one." He Wudi took out another secret manual. Before Jun Changshao could speak, he said first, "This time, there's no more." Actually, he still had many. However, even if he took them out, he couldn't cultivate them due to the environment and attributes. Invincible. Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, "Recuperate well. I'll visit you when I'm free." Chapter 1741. He Wudi still gave the two martial arts to Jun Changshao. Of course, the reason why he gave them out was not because the other party was shameless, but because he had a sense of identity with the sect. In the previous world, He Wudi's way of survival was to always be a coward, and it was unlikely that he would fight for opportunities with others, so he was also a professional gambler. His level was reset, and he came to the lower realm. After joining the sect of all times, he still followed the principle of cowardice. But in reality, the resources for cultivation were provided by the sect, and he was responsible for closing and opening the door. Occasionally, he would do sect missions, and his life was very comfortable. Since he had received so many benefits, what harm was there in contributing his own martial arts? He was human. He had to know how to be grateful. Moreover, his martial arts were completely unworthy of the Taishan seniors, and it was also an honor to hand it over to the sect for them to cultivate. He Wudi thought about it and figured it out. His eyes gradually filled with pride, and he said, "Everyone for me, I for everyone." In the study room, Jun Changshao placed the two secret manuals on the table. One was 9 Dragons Splitting Palm, and the other was Heaven and Earth into Nothing. Very historical. The system said. Not bad. Jun Changshao said, "I feel it too." As he spoke, he had already flipped open the first page of 9 Dragons Splitting Palm and read it carefully. According to the settings of the book, unless it was a special tribe, most of the books were written in the Wuxia language, so the contents could be understood. Something's not right. Jun Changshao frowned. The cultivation route described in the book, and even the meridian circulation, was very different from the martial arts he had come into contact with. In fact, every plane had its own martial arts system, but no matter how many changes there were, it was still the same. However, there were too many changes in this 9 Dragons Splitting Palm, and even, some parts were completely unreasonable. Since his transmigration, Jun Changshao mostly relied on the Talisman of Insight to cultivate Nanshang City martial arts, but because of the advantages of various schools, he had a good understanding. There was no one else who could become a martial arts master by cheating. It's really strange. The system said, it's completely different from the martial arts system that the host has cultivated in the past. Jun Changshao flipped open Heaven and Earth into Nothing again, and after reading it carefully, he came to the conclusion that it was very similar to 9 Dragons Splitting Palm, and also did not belong to the upper realm martial arts. No. I have to ask Invincible. Where did you get these secret manuals? He Wudi was lying on the bed, stammering. Of course, he had brought the secret manual back from his previous world. But if he told others about it, wouldn't it be the same as exposing himself? The former Night Emperor had tried his best to conceal the fact that he had possessed someone else's body and was reborn. Why? Not to mention the trouble it would bring if others knew about it, just the fact that he was killed by his fiancée would be extremely embarrassing. He Wudi felt the same way. After all, being hunted down and forced to level up to 0 was not something to be proud of. Invincible. Jun Changshao said, "All these years, have I treated you well?" "All these years." Patriarch. He Wudi stood up with a whoosh and said, "I'll talk." Jun Changshao said in surprise, "You can move." He Wudi walked to the table, put 2 teacups of different sizes on it, and said, "Patriarch, this small one is the lower universe, and this big one is the upper universe." And then? Jun Changshao said. He Wudi put the teapot next to the two teacups and said, "If there is a bigger universe, Patriarch, do you believe it?" "Yes." Jun Changshao didn't even think about it. He Wudi was a little dumbfounded. The Patriarch believed too decisively. If he had known, he wouldn't have used things as an analogy. Jun Changshao walked over, pointed to the teapot and said, "Your two secret manuals, did you get them from here?" "Yes." He Wudi said seriously. At this point, he intended to confess. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, the reason he came down was that he was hunted down by a group of experts who were not weaker than him. At least he wouldn't lose face if he compared himself with Yi Xingchen. A Chu Knight Emperor, who was cultivating, sneezed and said coldly, "Who's talking bad about me?" Jun Changshao looked at him and said, "You also came from here?" "Yes." He Wudi, who had been in the sect for many years, finally confessed. As expected. Jun Changshao didn't show much surprise, as if everything was within his expectations. In fact, when he realized that the two martial arts were different from the upper universe system, he suspected that they might be from a higher plane. After all, the other party had been cultivating in the sect and couldn't have gone out to look for opportunities, so how could he have special secret manuals? In the beginning, he Wudi had confessed that he was hunted down because of the 7 mysterious sunglow break and could only escape to the lower realm helplessly. However, during this period, he hid a very important thing, which was that he came from a higher plane. From the beginning to the end, Jun Changshao thought that he Wudi came from the upper realm until he saw clues from the two martial arts. Then he began to wonder if he was hiding something. Is this universe very strong? How should I put it? He Wudi thought for a moment and said, "It can't be considered a universe, but an independent world that transcends the universe, called the Land of Eternal Life." Land of Eternal Life? Jun Changshao suddenly remembered the conversation he heard through the illusion when he inherited the Shenyuan realm, so he asked, "What does it have to do with the Road of Eternal Life?" "Only through the Road of Eternal Life can you enter the Land of Eternal Life." He Wudi explained. "Where is the Road of Eternal Life?" He Wudi said, "Only when you enter the Tianji realm and comprehend a higher level will you be qualified to know the Road of Eternal Life." Understood. Jun Changshao asked again, "Why did you come to the lower universe?" He Wudi said, "Because of the 7 mysterious sunglow break." He had mentioned this before, and Jun Changshao also knew that he was the victim of the system's theft of the first scroll. Now that he heard him say it again, he realized that he was still in the Land of Eternal Life when it was stolen. Now, there was a new problem. The 7 mysterious sunglow breaks remnant scroll actually existed in a higher realm. Did it mean that the 7 mysterious sage was more powerful than he thought? What was your strength in the past? Sage. Was it very strong? It was a so-so. Jun Changshao muttered in his heart, looking at the situation, "It shouldn't be very high. Are there other realms? Below is the sage, above is the sage. The sage of the 7 mysterious sage, so it represented a realm." Jun Changshao thought it was a name or a Dao name. Jun Changshao said, "You have been hiding it from me, could it be that you have enemies in the Land of Eternal Life?" "Not in the past." He Wudi clenched his fists and said, "But because the 7 mysterious sunglow breaks remnant scroll was suddenly stolen, I had countless enemies, and in the end, I was forced to come to the lower realm." Jun Changshao was speechless. If this guy knew that the remnant scroll was stolen by the system, would he go berserk on the spot? No. He couldn't tell him about this. "It's okay." He Wudi's anger weakened a little, and said, "I am very fortunate to be able to enter the sect of all times, very fortunate to be a disciple of the sect established by Senior 7 Mysterious." Jun Changshao said, "It can be considered a blessing in disguise, no need to take it to heart that the remnant scroll was stolen. One must look forward, not back. Let the past be the past, we still have to look at the future." The item was stolen by the system, and he didn't know at that time. He was innocent because he didn't know. The only thing he could do now was to comfort him, not to think about who the thief was, not to hold grudges, because it was meaningless. Chapter 1742. From He Wudi, Jun Changshao learned about the land of immortality. However, he did not feel anything because he had yet to reach a higher level. There was no need for him to know more about it. In short, one had to take one step at a time and experience it step by step. When he reached the peak in the upper universe, he would naturally understand what he needed to understand. Right now, he still had to cultivate these two martial arts. After returning to his residence, Jun Changshao took out the 9-dragon split palm and an insight talisman from the space ring. He said seriously, "Cultivate." Pa! He crushed it skillfully. However, when Jun Changshao obtained the power of insight and began to read the secret manual, he found that it was still unfathomable. It was completely different from the feeling of being enlightened just by reading the chant. Although I don't want to discourage the host, there is something I have to say. The system said, "How long has it been since you upgraded the insight talisman?" Jun Changshao was silent. The insight talisman was still in the upper realm version. Now, he had left the upper realm and started the era of space travel. Naturally, it was outdated. Moreover, the two martial arts came from the land of immortality. It was no exaggeration to say that there were not many powerhouses in the upper universe who knew about the land of immortality. Jun Changshao already had the martial arts secret manual there. This was a lead. All right. I can only rely on the store. Jun Changshao opened the system store with great familiarity. It was not a problem for him to comprehend the 9-dragon split palm. After all, he had cheated and had a very high understanding of martial arts. However, as the master of a sect, he was busy with development. If there was a shortcut, he would naturally take it. The system said, "I like the host's attitude of, I am cheating, I am right." It was very happy. Jun Changshao had not opened the system store for a long time. Recently, he had obtained the Xianyuan boundary. He did not lack martial arts resources at all. If he continued to improve himself, there would be an unemployment crisis in the future. In fact, it was not that Jun Changshao did not want to use the store. It was just that after upgrading to the upper realm version, even if he was a VIP user, there was a refresh limit. This made him feel too restrained. That was right. There were heaven-defying items in the store that could strengthen the sect. However, as the master of a sect, how could he squat at home every day waiting for the cooldown to refresh? If he had the time, he could go out and earn more resources. The eternal sect was placed in the eternal world, and the disciples were doing tasks as usual, so their contribution points were increasing every day. Jun Changshao didn't hesitate to activate the annual contract. After all, it gave him more chances to refresh. Frequent refresh sounds rang in his ears. From this, it could be seen that nothing good had come out. Because if there was something good, this fellow would definitely squat on the chair and cover his face while laughing strangely. 2. Right now, he was in a serious mood. Even the word dog's leftovers had never appeared to. 2. Item, Heavenly Might Secret Realm. Introduction, a supreme secret realm that exists in the upper universe system. Effect, the Sky Secret Realm was transformed from the Sky Secret Realm. It experienced 100,000 years of fierce battles. Countless experts fell here and turned into dead souls to guard it. If defeated, one can obtain various martial arts resources. Advantage, it contains treasures, equipment, martial arts, and elixir recipes. Disadvantage, only disciples can enter. Price, 10,000 reputation points. Grade, Supreme. Supreme. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, higher than the life and death secret realm. The system said, the introduction did not mention experience points. It should be a place focused on getting equipment. I don't have that many reputation points. Otherwise, I would have bought it. During this period of time, the disciples did missions and accumulated a lot of contribution points for Jun Changshao. However, the system had long collapsed. Except for the annual card and the refresh times, it was almost the same number. So if he wanted to buy good things, he had to rely on reputation points. Unfortunately, during this period of time, he only had 5,000 reputation points. Keep it. The system said, buy it when you have it. Then won't it be stuck? Jun Changshao still wanted to refresh the Talisman of Insight. The system said, the refresh rate of the secret realm is not high. Moreover, it is a supreme item. The host is advised to save it to avoid any regrets. Okay. Jun Changshao returned to the store page and continued to look at the follow-up items. At this time, he found another item called Independent Battlefield. He clicked on the introduction. That's right. It was the former Xianyuan domain. Good lord. Jun Changshao said, the store really steals everything. He took a glance and said in surprise, 100,000 reputation points. After coming to the upper realm, Jun Changshao also bought reputation points. Most of them were around a few thousand. The Sky Secret Realm that had just appeared was the most expensive. He did not expect the price to be 10 times higher in the Xianyuan domain. What did this mean? That's right. He inherited it without spending a single cent. It was a huge profit. Mountain. Jun Chang smiled and said, you've saved me a lot of money. When the independent battlefield appeared in the store, it really showed the importance of the Koiran Mountain. There were no more good items below, so Jun Changshao took back the store and went to the Spacetime Secret Realm with the 9 dragons split palm. Since it could not be refreshed, he could only rely on himself. After entering the Spacetime Secret Realm, Jun Changshao turned his back to the camera and said, if I don't understand this martial art, I won't step out of the back mountain. The system said, you can finish sprinkling flowers in advance. Time flew by, and time passed quickly. Senior brother. Su Xiaoma asked, Patriarch hasn't come out yet? No. Li Qingyang shook his head. We've been going back and forth for 2 months. What exactly is the sect master trying to comprehend? Su Xiaoma was very puzzled. Li Qingyang said, it should be a profound martial art. Sigh. Xiao Ziji came out from the back mountain, holding a pile of hair in his hand and said, Patriarch is bald again. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma were not surprised. In their view, as long as Patriarch was focused on something, it was like a wildfire that could not be burned, the hair that grew again in the spring wind would definitely fall off. He Wudi, who was standing in the distance and listening to their conversation, thought, although these 2 martial arts are not the best, it would take at least a few hundred years to master them. Patriarch, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, laughter came from the back mountain. He's out. Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and the others hurried over. As soon as they entered the back mountain, they saw Patriarch standing outside the Spacetime Secret Realm with his hands on his waist, laughing. Because of the sunlight, his head was shining brightly. Could it be, he Wudi, who heard the news, was shocked, he comprehended it. Shua. At this moment, Jun Changshao opened his legs and put his hands in front of his chest, quickly forming a seal. The surrounding heaven and earth attributes were immediately mobilized, forming a spectacular scene. This is, Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji's hair was messed up by the wind. Their eyes flashed with shock, junior brother he's martial art. Rising Dragon Lord of Mount Lu. Roar! Roar! As Jun Changshao shouted the name of the martial art, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes gathered and turned into 9 dragon beasts, rushing toward the 9 mountains in the distance. Boom boom boom. Boom 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 boom. The mountains cracked, and heaven and earth lost their color. He Wudi roared, what the hell is Rising Dragon Lord of Mount Lu? Chapter 1743. In just 2 months, Jun Changshao had comprehended the 9-dragon split palm with his own efforts. Although he was only at the beginning, it was undeniable that without the help of props, his talent and comprehension were still very strong, worthy of the title of martial arts master. How long has it been? Wudi was shocked. Unbelievable. Thinking back to the time when he cultivated the 9-dragon split palm, he had spent hundreds of years. Sigh. As expected of the successor of the sect founded by Senior Qishuan. At that moment, as the leader of the trio, Wudi's admiration for Jun Changshao was like a torrential river. Patriarch. Su Xiaoma rubbed his hands and said, "Can we cultivate such a powerful martial art?" "Of course." Jun Changshao said, "Everyone has a copy." Hearing that his secret manual was defined as a public martial art, Wudi puffed out his chest and showed a proud expression. On the same day, Jun Changshao made more than 100,000 copies of the 9-dragon split palm and sent them to the disciples one by one. This kind of high-level martial art from the land of eternal life was a bit crazy for everyone in the sect of all times to have a copy. However, whether they could cultivate it or not depended on themselves. Creak. Yixingchen leaned against the door and looked down at the 9-dragon split palm in his hand. He looked more and more excited. He had seen Wudi use it with his own eyes and saw him kill a powerful boss in seconds, so he was naturally fascinated by this kind of martial art. Night Emperor was very proud. He never thought that his talent was weaker than Wudi's. The reason why the other party could be so strong must be because of the martial art. Indeed. In their current realm, both of them were at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. If they had to compete, they could only start with martial arts and equipment. No. Yixingchen began to comprehend the 9-dragon split palm and soon found that this martial art was completely different from the ones he had come into contact with before. It was even, extremely mysterious and unpredictable. It was difficult. It was also challenging. Night Emperor's eyes burned. He liked challenges. He liked excitement. However, when he walked out of his room at dawn, he looked up at the sky and roared helplessly in his heart, "It's too difficult." The fact that Jun Changshao had spent more than 2 months comprehending the 9-dragon split palm was enough to show how difficult it was to cultivate. Furthermore, the disciples had never used the insight talisman before, so, in the next few days, one after another, he saw Li Qingyang and the others pass by listlessly, as if they had lost their souls. They had been trying to comprehend the 9-dragon splitting palm all this time. They had been trying to comprehend it until they had a splitting headache, but they still hadn't gained anything. That was how they ended up like this. In short, it was too taxing on the mind and body. Patriarch. Wudi said, "Although the nature of heaven and earth in the eternal world can drive the 9-dragon splitting palm, it can't be perfectly matched. It's extremely difficult to cultivate. I hope you can remind your fellow disciples to act according to their ability and not waste too much time on things that are impossible." Invincible. Jun Changshao said meaningfully, "The more impossible something is, the more we have to overcome it. This is the spirit of the sect of all times." That's right. The 9-dragon splitting palm was difficult. But if one chose to give up because of this reason, it would only lead to laziness. Martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. Jun Changshao said. Wudi said, "Patriarch is right." He also began to reflect on himself. Because he had joined the sect of all times, he had a variety of resources and gradually developed the mentality of stretching out his hand and opening his mouth. This was absolutely not desirable. It was very difficult for the disciples to cultivate the 9-dragon splitting palm, but no one chose to give up. They were still working hard to the point that they even forgot to eat and sleep. Of course. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, so they had plenty of time to comprehend. Most of the inner and outer disciples did not forget to cultivate other martial arts to improve their realm while comprehending the 9 dragons splitting palm. To be exact, He Wudi's worries were unnecessary. The self-discipline of his fellow disciples was far stronger than he imagined. Jun Changshao would also teach Wu Tang when he was free. He would use his own cultivation experience to explain their doubts. It could be said that this was the first time a sect master taught his disciples without relying on the talisman of insight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, tireless teaching. The reward is 50 contribution points. After a few days of teaching Wu Tang, a notification sounded in his ears. Only 50 contribution points. Jun Changshao was speechless. The system sharply complained, "This is obviously the early stage of the mission. It's almost the end of the mission. Shouldn't the host reflect on it?" Under Jun Changshao's guidance, many disciples benefited a lot. Although they could not immediately comprehend the 9 dragons splitting palm, at least they could avoid many detours and pave the way for the whole nation to have success in cultivation in the future. Of course, there was another martial art, heaven and earth transformation. Jun Changshao sat in the study and flipped to the first page of the secret manual. Seeing the description, if one mastered this skill, heaven and earth could be transformed into nothing, he said in shock, so terrifying. After all, it comes from a higher level of martial arts. The system said, take the host's heaven crossing palm for example. In the lower realm, it would be a godly skill that could destroy heaven and earth. That makes sense. Jun Changshao said, I really hope to enter the land of eternal life and see how strong the martial artists there are. He was the patriarch of the sect of all times and also a martial artist. Naturally, he yearned for a higher level of enlightenment. Work hard. Good luck. It's too difficult. A few days later, Jun Changshao lay on his bed, despair appearing on his face. 9 dragons splitting palm was already very difficult, but heaven and earth transformation was even more difficult. He had not comprehended a single bit of it until now. It was as if he was reading a wordless heavenly book. Forget it, forget it. Jun Changshao kept the secret manual and said, let's hurry on our way. The system was speechless. The path of martial arts is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. That was said for the disciples to hear. When it comes to him, he gives up as soon as he encounters a setback. Jun Changshao did not share heaven and earth transformation with the disciples because they were currently focused on studying the 9 dragons splitting palm. There was no time to cultivate another profound martial art. Beep. Only 2 days away from the mountain and sea realm. Jun Changshao's face lit up with a smile when he heard the system notification. Brother. Brother is coming for you. After meeting, we won't go home until we're drunk. Whoosh. Eternal shuttled through the universe. In the area it was heading towards, a large plane gradually appeared in their field of vision. According to the map, this was the mountain and sea realm. Jun Changshao stood in the cockpit and put his hand to his ear. After listening for a while, he said, I hear my brother calling me. The system said, the explosive man is about to arrive. Whoosh! Eternal suddenly accelerated and dragged the scorching light into the mountain and sea realm. Finally, it floated in the sky. Brother! I'm coming. Whoosh! At that moment, a saber light suddenly shot out from below and pierced through the hull at an extremely fast speed. Crack! Jun Changshao hurriedly looked down and found that a small crack had appeared on the floor. Then, it spread endlessly to the left and right and began to crack. He held his head and collapsed, my ship, crack crack crack. Eternal was split into 2 and started to fall freely. Humph! Gu Tianqing floated in the air, the wood-cutting axe in his right hand glowing. He said with a cold gaze, "You people from the star spirit world actually dare to harass us." Chapter 1744. Mountain Sea Realm. The wreckage of Eternal was scattered in the wilderness, and occasionally, green smoke would float up. After spending so much time and effort to come to the world of his brother's reincarnation, it was cut down by his father right away. This made Jun Changshao kneel on the ground, holding his chest and crying. My ship, my ship. Why did you die so miserably? Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing, who was sitting beside him, said awkwardly, "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Eternal was actually a repaired Star Spirit World battleship, so its appearance didn't change much, making him think that it was an invasion. Uncle. I wanted to say that too. But your axe was too fast, not giving me a chance at all. It's not a big problem. At this time, the Taishian old man standing in front of the wreckage transmitted his voice. It can still be repaired, but it needs time. Uncle Gu was amazing. His axe went down in a clean and swift manner. Although the battleship was broken in half, it wasn't heavily damaged internally. Which meant that Eternal could still be saved. Shengguan Xinya walked to the broken part of the battleship and said, "What's this?" In between the iron plates, there was a very unassuming crystal. It occasionally trembled like a small heart. Strange. The Taishian old man walked over and studied it. Why is there such a thing? The crystal didn't belong to the battleship formation system and was completely independent. If not for the naked eye, even spiritual sense wouldn't be able to find it. Could it be, the Taishian old man guessed, some device that reveals the location of the battleship? That's right. Gu Tianqing appeared in front of him and dug out the crystal. This thing is called space-shaking stone. It can produce a kind of energy wave that will return to the mother stone no matter how far away it is. So, you are being monitored. When Jun Changshao heard this, he immediately laughed. He was still guessing whether or not the Star Spirit World found them because of a tracking device. Today, the case was finally solved. Damn. The system said, it was originally a bad thing, but it suddenly became a good thing. Little Shirbai and I are happy. The tracker that had been hidden in Eternal's metal plate was immediately exposed after Gu Tianqing cut it open. It was such a coincidence. Jun Changshao gently crushed the void-quaking stone and sneered, "How are you going to find him?" Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing asked, "What brings you here to the mountain and sea realm?" Jun Changshao hurriedly said with a straight face, "Senior Gu, you saved my upper realm from disaster. After much consideration, I've decided to pay you a visit to express my gratitude and respect." He would not say that he was looking for Gu Zhaoxi, for fear of exposing his brother's reincarnation. But in reality, Gu Tianqing already knew about it. He and his wife wouldn't care that Gu Zhaoxi had the spirit of reincarnation and that reincarnation was like cheating, because all of this was predestined, because he was their son. AI. Gu Tianqing sighed and said, "If my son didn't run away from home, I would definitely receive Jun Patriarch well." What? Jun Changshao said in shock, "My brother ran away from home?" Your brother? Realizing that he had said too much, Jun Changshao hurriedly explained, "I see Senior as my uncle, so your son is my brother." What a beautiful way to put it. AI. Gu Tianqing didn't think too much and sighed again, saying, "Unfortunately, your brother is too insensible. He ran away from home before he even grew up." Why? Jun Changshao asked. With his understanding of Gu Zhaoxi, with such strong parents, why would he run away from home? Could it be that he went to find him? Brother. You've moved me. Gu Tianqing said, "I don't like my fiancé." Jun Changshao fell silent. At this time, if Gu Zhaoxi was here, he would definitely reprimand him as a brother. You don't even like the daughter of the realm lord? Why don't you go to heaven and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Speaking of his son, Gu Tianqing seemed to have turned into a bitter old man. He grumbled, his parents are the most handsome man and the most beautiful woman in the mountain and sea realm. How are they not good enough for him? Uncle Gu, please calm down. Jun Changshao consoled, after all, your brother is still young. Although he didn't approve of Gu Zhaoxi running away from home, he was still his brother, so he had to speak up for him. AI. Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, poor parents. Uncle. Jun Changshao said, then hurry up and find your brother. From Senior Gu to Uncle Gu, their relationship was getting closer. That little brat stole an energy-concealing pill that I refined. It's not easy to find it in the mountain and sea realm, Gu Tianqing said. Jun Changshao was stunned. To be able to render Senior Gu helpless with just a single pill, this was definitely very impressive. If the medicine hall could refine it, ding. Side quest activated. A quest. Jun Changshao hurriedly opened the quest panel and clicked on the description. The content was, help Gu Tianqing find his son who ran away from home, incomplete. This was a quest. It was definitely a freebie quest. Jun Changshao had traveled thousands of miles to the mountain and sea realm to reunite with his brother, so finding Gu Tianqing was only natural. There's a note. Unlike the previous side quests, there was a note at the end of the description. The content was, upon completion, the reward was the energy-concealing pill formula X1. Jun Changshao was stunned for a second, then quickly covered his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. This was really what he wanted to get. Uncle. Jun Changshao said solemnly, I'm here to help you find your brother. This, swoosh. 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 As soon as he said that, 100,000 disciples of the sect of all times, 1,000,000 devil army, and tens of thousands of Diablo appeared. Swoosh. Jun Changshao stood up and said, no matter how big the mountain and sea realm is, I will definitely find my brother. If it were anyone else, they might be surprised by the sudden appearance of so many martial artists, but Gu Tianqing was different. After all, he was one of the strongest in the upper universe, and he was in a hurry to find his son, so he cupped his hands and said, sorry to trouble you, Jun Patriarch. The energy-concealing pill could hide all auras. Finding it by himself was like finding a needle in a haystack. At this time, more people became more important. Disciples, listen up. Jun Changshao said loudly, search every inch of the way. We must find Senior Gu's son. Yes. Swoosh. 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 In an instant, except for the old man Taixian and his formation team, the other disciples of the sect of all times quickly flew in different directions. Uncle. Jun Changshao said weakly, what's the energy-concealing pill? Speaking of the pill, Gu Tianqing said proudly, this is a magical formula that I have spent thousands of years researching. Anyone who takes it will not reveal any aura. It can be said to be deceiving everyone. Jun Changshao was silent. So the energy-concealing pill formula was developed by him. If I complete the mission, wouldn't it be the same as stealing from my brother's father? No. How could I, Jun Changshao, do something that goes against justice? Chapter 1745. Schwa. Schwa. In the depths of the forest, a figure darted out, dodging all kinds of fierce beasts, and landed in front of a lake. It was a pink and tender boy, about 5 or 6 years old. That's right. It was Gu Zhaoxi, who had run away from home. Logically speaking, he should have retained most of his memories from his previous life, so how could he do such a childish thing? You guys don't know. Gu Zhaoxi looked at the camera and said painfully, my fiancée looks so scary. Every time he thought of the first time he met the Realm Lord's daughter, every time he thought of her appearance, his scalp felt like it was about to explode, and his spine was drenched in cold sweat. For his future happiness, he had to reject this marriage. However, His father would definitely not agree because of their friendship, so he could only slip away early. Running away from home was what Gu Tianqing defined. In fact, Gu Zhaoxi's behavior was completely considered running away from marriage, although he was still underage and running away a little early. Gulp, gulp. After drinking a bowl of spring water, he sat cross-legged on a rock and began to breathe. Although he was at the stage of running away from home, he naturally could not relax in his cultivation. Gu Zhaoxi was now mainly cultivating martial arts such as the Major Thousand Shadows art and the Heaven Crossing palm print. Because he had studied them in the sect in his previous life, he was already familiar with them at a young age. Voila! At this moment, the sound of water could be heard. Gu Zhaoxi opened his eyes and looked back. He saw someone jumping into the lake to take a bath. It was summer in the mountain and sea realm, so it was normal to take a shower, but, the person taking a bath was actually a woman. Although she was wearing clothes, after entering the water, this woman was about 17 or 18 years old, and her golden hair floated on the water. She had a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and bright eyes. There was a hint of enchantment. Gu Zhaoxi, who had reincarnated countless times, could remain absolutely calm. After all, it was not like he had never seen a beauty before. However, he could not help but think to himself, she's dozens of times prettier than my fiancée. No. Tens of thousands of times. How ugly was this? That was why there was such a big difference. The blonde beauty seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head and looked at the bushes in the distance. Her gaze met with Gu Zhaoxi's. Look at me. I'm looking at you. The scene seemed to freeze. You. The golden-haired woman frowned and said, Are you peeking at me bathing? What a joke. Am I, Gu Zhaoxi, that kind of person? Although she thought so in her heart, she still tried to put on a harmless smile and said innocently, Sister, I'm just passing by. It had to be said that Gu Zhaoxi's childlike appearance could help him resolve a lot of problems. At least at this time, people wouldn't think that he was a voyeur. After all, who could look like a child? Hua! The blonde woman flew out of the lake. The towel on the shore came to her uninvited and quickly wrapped around her body. Barefoot and wet hair, she landed in front of Gua. She put a small dagger on his neck and said coldly, You're so young and you've already learned bad things. What will happen when you grow up? Sister. Gu Zhaoxi said seriously, I came first. You came later. That's not important. What's important is that you saw something you shouldn't see. As a punishment, you. The blonde woman's killing intent appeared and she said, Must die. What can I see when you're bathing and wearing clothes? Although Gu Zhaoxi wanted to roar, he still calmed down and said, Can you be reasonable? I am reasonable. The blonde woman put the dagger closer and said, Remember, after reincarnation, don't peek at women bathing. Gu Zhaoxi was speechless. In all honesty, I just came out to drink water. It was you who jumped into the lake to take a bath. How can you blame me? Alas. This woman was unreasonable. Swish. Suddenly, Gu Zhaoxi hit the dagger away with his right hand and ran out like a rabbit. When he was hundreds of feet away, he turned back and shouted, Who would peek at an ugly woman bathing? The blonde woman said angrily, Little bastard, you're courting death. Ugly woman, ugly woman. Gu Zhaoxi shouted as he ran. In fact, he could easily avoid the blonde woman from the beginning. However, in order to avoid alerting the nearby beasts, he planned to use the identity of a child to fool around. Since it didn't work, he could only rely on his strength. Roar! Roar! Sure enough, the nearby beasts noticed and roared. Xiao! At this moment, the blonde woman chased from behind. Before she arrived, her killing intent arrived first. This was exactly what Gu Zhaoxi wanted. After all, there were so many beasts. They would definitely surround her, which would be beneficial for him to escape. Wait a minute. Why were the beasts all staring at him and not at her? Swish. Swish. At this time, dozens of huge beasts came from the left and right. They were like small mountains blocking the way. Ga. Helplessly, he braked. Little bastard. The blonde woman flew over and landed on a snow-white lion. She smiled, revealing 2 sharp teeth, and said, "Why aren't you running?" Gu Zhaoxi frowned and said, "You're not human." Pfft. The blonde woman was amused by him and said, "In a world dominated by beasts, humans are rare. Since you're not human, why do you care about being peeped at bathing?" As Gu Zhaoxi spoke, he scanned his surroundings and realized that he was surrounded by demon beasts. There was no way out for him. The blonde woman said coldly, "You human women value reputation. Why can't I value it?" These words made Gu Zhaoxi speechless. "Today," the blonde woman said, "no one can save you. You must prove my innocence with your death." Gu Zhaoxi's mouth twitched. "What did I do to you? I have to prove my innocence." "Fine." Gu Zhaoxi sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a small wooden token, saying, "I don't want to make a big deal out of this. You forced me." "Heavenly Star token." The blonde woman said with a serious look, "Who are you to Gu Tianqing?" Gu Zhaoxi said proudly, "His son." With such an awesome father, it was natural for him to be firm in his words. After hearing the word son, the blonde woman's eyes had a trace of resentment and anger, and said, "So you're Gu Tianqing's son?" Gu Zhaoxi caught the slightly complicated emotions in her eyes and said in his heart, "It's over. This woman may have an unclear relationship with father. If I take the initiative to reveal my identity, I'm afraid it will backfire." "Go ahead." The blonde woman said, "Let the Gu couple come." Gu Zhaoxi hesitated. If he just called his father, it wouldn't be a big problem. But if he called his mother, it would definitely make his father cry. "No. I can't let my mother know about my father's emotional problems outside, or the problem will be serious." Gu Zhaoxi put the Heavenly Star token into the space ring and said, "You're not my wife. Why should I do as you say?" "You won't." The blonde woman flew up from the lion beast, the dagger in her hand flashing with cold light, and said, "Then die." Gu Zhaoxi wouldn't wait for death. Just as he was about to turn and run, he suddenly found a stream of light flashing from the distant sky, and then landed in front of him with a boom. An emotional voice came from the dusty area, "Brother, I'm here." A lifetime. What was there to cherish? A vagrant, no extravagant love. In this life, we'll be brothers in this life. No afterlife, I'll think of you in the afterlife. Drifting river, every night, it's raining, I think of you. The song, Ren Xianqi's brother, echoed in the sky, and the brotherly feelings after a long separation instantly burned to the peak. Chapter 1746. Accompanied by the sound of BMG, Jun Changshao appeared in front of Gu Zhaoxi. As for the blonde woman who rushed over, she was also sent flying and looked at him with a fearful gaze. This person. His strength was extraordinary. Seeing the appearance of the person through the layers of dust, Gu Zhaoxi said in surprise, "Jun Patriarch." When Jun Changshao heard this, his heart ached. The two of them had met before, and it was no problem to call him Jun Patriarch. But now that they knew that he was reincarnated, they seemed a little distant. "It's my fault. I didn't protect my brother well and let him die in the line of duty. This kind of thing. It would never happen again in the future." Clang! Jun Changshao took out the immortal sword and said with a cold gaze, "Who dares to touch my brother?" In just 6 words, the emotions were exaggerated to the extreme. At this moment, not to mention a woman, even if the gods and demons dared to touch Gu Zhaoxi, Jun Changshao would kill gods and demons. Brother. It was not just words. So strange. Gu Zhaoxi thought to himself, why am I so excited? When Jun Changshao appeared and called him brother, his blood boiled and his emotions soared, but he still couldn't figure out the reason. Your brother peeked at me bathing. The blonde woman said coldly, as his brother, what do you say? When Jun Changshao, who was quite serious, heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. My brother actually has this hobby. Bullshit. Gu Zhaoxi roared, I didn't peek at you bathing. I believe in my brother. Jun Chang smiled and said, he'll only look openly, he won't peek. That's right. Gu Zhaoxi proudly puffed out his chest and said, I, Gu Zhaoxi, am upright and do not do sneaky things. Wait. What did he mean by openly looking? Gu Zhaoxi finally came around and roared, I didn't look at her at all, she jumped down herself. You finally admit it? The golden-haired woman sneered, Gu Tianqing is also a famous expert. I didn't expect him to give birth to such a shameless son. Gu Zhaoxi said angrily, you can humiliate my father, but you can't humiliate me. Jun Changshao felt that there was something wrong with this statement, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Cut the crap. The golden-haired woman raised her hand and said, both of you must die. Roar. Roar. The hundreds of demon beasts in the vicinity seemed to have received an order. They instantly pounced towards Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi. The air was filled with a baleful aura. Brother, don't be afraid. Jun Changshao stood in front of Gu Zhaoxi and said, Big brother is here. To him, these demonic beasts were not worth mentioning and could be easily killed. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, another roar came from afar. Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi subconsciously looked back, and their expressions froze. In their field of vision, huge birds swarmed over from the sky. There were eagles, condors, dragons, and pigs. There were so many of them. It was just that there were so many of them, but they were all extremely powerful. With a slight spread of his spiritual senses, he could clearly sense that there were more than 5,000 of them that were comparable to the upper-level truth-seeking realm, and there was no lack of half-step heavenly secrets realm experts. Not good. Jun Changshao frowned. Humph. The golden-haired woman crossed her arms and sneered. No one in the world can save you now. From the other party's calm expression, Jun Changshao understood that the demonic beasts that suddenly attacked must be on her side. Brother. How did he get into so much trouble at such a young age? Let's go. Jun Changshao hugged Gu Zhaoxi and rushed through the demonic beasts that pounced on them. Roar. At this moment, a giant eagle that was larger than a mountain flew over from the sky, its sharp claws seemingly shattering the void. Boom. Jun Changshao repelled it with his true spirit power and immediately chose to take a detour. However, just as he was about to turn around, a pig beast that was flying with its ears opened its mouth and sneezed. Smelly saliva splashed over like a fairy scattering flowers. So disgusting. Buzz. Jun Changshao hurriedly formed a defensive barrier in front of him. Bang. 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 The saliva was like a cannonball, causing a huge impact. This also forced Go Sheng to land with Gu Zhaoxi in his arms and choose another direction, Ga. He stopped where he was. It was impossible to run anymore. Because at this moment, all kinds of strange giant demonic beasts gathered in the surroundings and even the sky. Just the powerful evil aura that erupted was enough to make people feel pressured. Mississippi Jun Changshao put Gu Zhaoxi down and said amiably, there must be a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk about it? It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. From the bottom of his heart. Talk. Sure. The golden-haired woman said, you peeked at me bathing. Destroy your eyes first. Jun Changshao frowned. Damn it. Gu Zhaoxi took out the heavenly star token and said angrily, don't push me too far. He thought that June Patriarch could save him, but it seemed that it was useless. He could only call his father. What's this? After you crush it, you can summon my father. Then what are you waiting for? Crush it and call for reinforcements. The demonic beasts of the mountain and sea realm were powerful, especially with so many of them gathered. Jun Changshao was confident that he could escape, but he would have to pay a heavy price. If Senior Gu came, there would be no problem. Gu Zhaoxi also wanted to crush it. However, if this woman had something to do with his father, and his mother found out, wouldn't he be in trouble? Roar! Roar! At this time, a huge ape beast as white as snow walked over with earth-shattering steps. It grabbed a floating corpse koan and swallowed it. Then, it pounded its chest and evolved into a level 999 ancient bloodthirsty demon ape. Whoosh! The golden-haired woman landed on its head and said, "I'll give you to the count of 3. Either destroy your eyes or become the ape's food." Jun Changxiao's eyes were solemn. This huge ape beast that was taller than a mountain was as strong as the 9 combined Dharma phases. The mountain and sea realm. Its level was very high. 1. 2. Just as the golden-haired woman was about to count to 3, Gu Zhaoxi raised the token high and shouted, "Father, I'm sorry." Pa! The heavenly star token was instantly crushed. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, a gust of wind erupted on the spot, and billowing airwaves spread out like turbulent waves. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened because Gu Tianxing stood in the airwave area with his hands behind his back like an otherworldly expert. Damn! Reinforcements came too fast. My son. Gu Tianxing's eyes were cold. What's the matter? The heavenly star token was the life-saving trump card he gave to his son. Now that he suddenly crushed it to summon him, he must be in big trouble. Father. Gu Zhaoxi pointed at the golden-haired woman and said angrily, "She wants to kill me. Kill my son. You're courting death." Gu Tianxing, who looked like an honest man, was instantly enraged. Then, he looked in the direction he was pointing and saw the golden-haired woman. His expression froze. Sure enough. Father knows her. Swish. The sound of wind breaking came from the sky, and Mother Gu rushed over. She could also sense that her son had crushed the heavenly star token. It's over. Damn it. Just as Gu Zhaoxi was about to collapse, the golden-haired woman jumped down from the ape beast and bowed like a lady from a noble family. Greetings, uncle and auntie. As she spoke, she secretly glared at Gu Zhaoxi. That resentful look seemed to be saying, "You really crushed the heavenly star token. Child." Mother Gu smiled. "Why are you here?" Gu Zhaoxi was stunned. The plot that appeared at this moment was completely different from what he had imagined. "Father." Gu Zhaoxi whispered, "You and mother know her." "Nonsense." Gu Tianxing said, "How can I not know my future daughter-in-law?" "Huh." Gu Zhaoxi's eyes widened and his mouth opened. The one who collapsed the most was Jun Changshao. After all this fuss, it turned out that she was his brother's fiancée. Was it fun to play love and hate here? Or were they deliberately teasing him? Uncle. Auntie. Brother. Gosheng cupped his fists and said, "Sorry to disturb you." Swish. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1747. Gu Zhaoxi did not expect the blonde woman to be his fiancée. No. She was not like this. She was not that beautiful. Gu Zhaoxi did not care about a woman's appearance, but he still had his basic aesthetic standards. Compared to his fiancée, the blonde beauty was a devastatingly beautiful angel, while the other was a broken-winged angel with her face on the ground. What? Gu Tianxing said, "You don't know her." "I've seen her before." "How can I not know her?" Mrs. Gu rolled her eyes at her husband. Gu Zhaoxi howled in his heart, this is definitely not what I saw. Wait. She was a demon. Could it be that her original body was an ugly monster, and she transformed into a human to make herself beautiful? Thinking of this, Gu Zhaoxi looked at the blonde woman. It was as if he saw a threatening look through her beautiful appearance, and he could not help but shudder. If his father insisted on arranging a wife for him, as long as her appearance was passable, he would reluctantly accept it. However, he would rather die alone for a plastic surgery freak like her. TSK. Jun Changshao squatted in the distance and said, my brother is blessed. Powerful parents. Beautiful wife. He was a winner in life. Wait. Jun Changshao suddenly thought of something and said, brother, aren't you blessed today because of me, your big brother? The system was speechless. The host is starting to flatter himself again. Brother sacrificed himself for righteousness. Not only did he get the title of Great Hero in the upper realm, but he also reincarnated with parents' love and a beautiful fiancée. Don't tell me it has nothing to do with me. Jun Changshao said. The system was speechless. It could only ask the readers outside for help. Readers, flame him. Gu Zhaoxi's encounter with good parents was indeed related to Jun Changshao. However, the reason was that he sacrificed himself for righteousness and saved the upper realm from disaster, or he received merit from the dark, so he was reincarnated into a good family. In layman's terms, good people will be rewarded. More seriously, those who were cheated by Go Sheng would be too miserable if they did not receive some compensation. Ding! Side quest completed. Reward, 1000 reputation points. Ding! Sect reputation points, 6000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. The reward is the Qi Concealing Pill Formula X1, which has been transferred to the space ring. Jun Changshao didn't care that the task was completed so easily. What he cared about was that the formula for the concealing Qi pill was stolen by the system. What to do? Should I return it to its rightful owner? No. If she suddenly took it out, Uncle Gu would definitely be suspicious. Should he find an opportunity to pretend that he had accidentally picked it up while walking? Ding! It has been detected that the host has obtained the Qi Concealing Pill formula. Automatically matched to the Elixir Pavilion. Jun Changxiao's expression stiffened. After a while, he howled in his heart, I can't forcefully cancel the mission, and the recipe is automatically matched. It's really not my fault. Schwa. He opened the medicine pavilion and browsed through the new formula. This is too miraculous. In front of the lake. The golden-haired woman held a leaf in her hand and said, I know you're confused. Gu Zhaoxi, who was standing behind her, said, actually, this kind of thing is about mutual affection. I have never met this girl before. If we insist on being together, I'm afraid it will lead to an irreparable mistake. He would never be confused by the beautiful woman in front of him, because his body was so ugly that he couldn't bear to look at her directly. The golden-haired woman turned around, crushed the leaf in her hand, and said hatefully, Are you despising me? No, no, no. Gu Zhaoxi said, Schwa. The golden-haired woman suddenly rushed over, grabbed his collar and said, If you weren't Gu Tianqing's son, just by peeping at me bathing, you would have already died without a burial place. Very fierce. Just like a hag. Hey, hey. Gu Zhaoxi collapsed and said, Don't be unreasonable, you obviously jumped down yourself. Humph. The golden-haired woman let go of him and said proudly, For the sake of my fiancé, I'll spare you today. Gu Zhaoxi was speechless. There are no feelings between us, do you really plan to marry me? Don't you humans talk about the orders of your parents and the words of the matchmaker? The golden-haired woman said, The marriage contract was arranged by them, of course I have to abide by it. But, no buts. Your husband, my wife, no one can change it. Gu Zhaoxi was silent. Although his father lived in seclusion in the mountains, he still cared about his face. Since he had made an agreement with the realm master, if his son didn't comply, he would probably be punished by the family law. This could be considered an arranged marriage. However, the wife was as beautiful as a flower, and the father-in-law was the realm master. If it was Xiao Duo, he would be more than happy. Of course. The golden-haired woman said, I don't like you either. Then why don't we break up? Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly said. Break up? The golden-haired woman said, my father won't agree, and neither will your father. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. So, the golden-haired woman walked over and said in a low voice, why don't we escape from the mountain and sea realm together and live in a place where no one can find us? Then we can get married and have children, and live a peaceful life. Good idea. Gu Zhaoxi's eyes lit up. However, when he carefully considered the woman's words, he immediately roared, this is not running away from marriage, this is elopement. Shoo! The golden-haired woman said, don't let uncle and auntie hear this. Gu Zhaoxi almost fell. In the distance. Mrs. Gu looked at her son and said with a smile, husband, look at how happy they are chatting. In my opinion. Why don't we discuss it with the in-laws and quickly settle the marriage? Gu Tianqing was a little proud because this marriage was his decision. Now that his wife was satisfied, he could finally raise his head at home. Okay. Mrs. Gu had no objections. At first, she was quite opposed. After all, the two of them had never met before. Now that they were in love and chatting happily, she naturally agreed. Uncle, auntie. The golden-haired woman walked over and bowed, father said that I can only go out for 4 hours a day. I have to go back now so that they won't be worried. This was a stark contrast to the image of a hag just now. Gu Zhaoxi muttered in his heart, her acting is better than mine. I have to admit defeat. Go back. Mrs. Gu said with a smile. The more she looked at her future daughter-in-law, the more she liked her. It's over. Gu Zhaoxi thought, mother has been deceived by her. Uncle, auntie. Goodbye. The golden-haired woman looked back at Gu Zhaoxi and transmitted her voice, the me you saw just now was just a random substitute. Gu Zhaoxi cursed in his heart, crazy. After you've made up your mind, come find me at Calm Heart Lake. The golden-haired woman jumped onto a dazzling eagle beast and flew away. Before she left, she didn't forget to wave at the Gu couple, acting very polite. Gu Zhaoxi really did consider it. Of course, he wouldn't consider escaping the mountain and sea realm with this woman, getting married, having children, and living a peaceful life. Instead, he considered using this opportunity to get rid of her. He couldn't change his fate here, but it would be different if he left. The problem was, how could he leave? Suddenly, Gu Zhaoxi turned his head and looked at Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the distance. His eyes flashed with joy. At the same time, Gosheng also looked over. Because he didn't know what was going on, a silly smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1748. The place where the Gu couple lived in seclusion. Jun Changshao sat in a small pavilion and sipped tea. Occasionally, he would look at the beautiful scenery in the distance and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, how comfortable this is. In order to develop the sect, he was busy all day and dared not relax at all. He really hoped that one day, he could say goodbye to the martial arts world and live a carefree life. Don't worry. The system said, wait for the finale. Fuck. Jun Changshao cursed and continued to taste the tea. At the same time, he opened the elixir pavilion and carefully read the materials needed to refine the qi concealing pill. There weren't many of them, only 5 of them. However, the jade cloud sacred fruit and the rippling water flower were obviously not low level. If he wanted to find them, Jun Changxiao's vision stopped at a medicinal field in the distance. There were many medicinal herbs planted in it, and they were of different types. Gu Tianqing sat down and smiled. Jun Patriarch also knows about medicinal herbs. Jun Changshao said, I know a little about ordinary medicinal herbs, but I don't know anything about those planted by Senior. Ha ha ha. Gu Tianqing laughed and said, these medicinal herbs that I planted, let alone Jun Patriarch, probably not many people in the entire upper universe know about them. Oh. Jun Changshao asked in surprise, could it be a heavenly treasure that can only be found by chance? Gu Tianqing seemed to be interested and deliberately showed off. He pointed to a medicinal herb and said, this is the jade cloud sacred fruit. It takes 10,000 years to germinate, 10,000 years to bloom, and 10,000 years to bear fruit. Fuck. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. He was shocked not because the jade cloud sacred fruit's growth cycle was too slow, but because it happened to be the missing medicinal herb. And this rippling water flower. Gu Tianqing pointed to another medicinal herb and said proudly, this thing grows in an extremely harsh environment. I spent a lot of effort to transplant it here. Next, he introduced the other medicinal herbs. Without exception. They were all materials for refining the qi concealing pill. Just a moment ago, he was still fretting over the medicinal herbs. Who would have thought that they would be right in front of him? Of course, this was a medicinal herb that Senior Gu had painstakingly cultivated, so he definitely wouldn't take it away. Uncle. Jun Changshao asked, do you have any seeds? What is it? Gu Tianqing smiled and said, are you interested in my herbs? I want to get some seeds to plant in the sect. Jun Changshao said. Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, the conditions for these herbs to grow are too harsh. Even if I gave you the seeds, you wouldn't be able to grow them. All right. Jun Changshao gave up on planting. Actually, the entire sect had the hidden cultivation technique, so there was no point in refining the qi concealing pill. Gu Tianqing said, when Jun Patriarch first arrived in the mountain and sea realm, he summoned so many disciples out of thin air. I'm guessing he must have some sort of magical item that can contain living beings. Don't worry, I won't snatch it. Jun Changshao agreed, because with his strength, it would be easy for him to snatch it. To tell you the truth, Senior, the ancestors of the sect left behind a treasure called the Heaven and Earth Sleeve. It can contain living beings. He wouldn't say that he had inherited the eternal world. After all, it would be too shocking. No wonder. Gu Tianqing said, Jun Patriarch, magical items that can contain living beings are rare in the entire upper universe. Don't tell anyone, or else, swish. His right hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Jun Changshao. His movement wasn't too fast, but at least it was noticeable. However, Jun Changshao sat in place and didn't move. He only stopped when the hand was 0.1 centimeters away from his throat. Why didn't you dodge? Because I'm not that kind of person. Ha ha ha. Gu Tianqing withdrew his hand and said with a smile, Jun Patriarch is really courageous. Your future is limitless. I'm flattered to be praised by Uncle. Although Jun Changshao looked calm, in fact, he almost went into the eternal world just now. Dad. At this time, Gu Zhaoxi ran over and said, Mom wants to talk to you. Okay. Gu Tianqing stood up and said, I'll excuse myself. Uncle, take care. After watching his father leave, Gu Zhaoxi sat down on the stool, holding his little chin and blinking his eyes. Jun Patriarch, how did you come here? If it were someone else, they might praise him for being cute, but Jun Changshao knew that he was reincarnated and might remember some memories of his previous life. So he said in his heart, it's not strange to pretend to be a child at all. I came here on a battleship. What about it? It was cut in two by your father. It's being repaired. How long will it take? Just, Jun Changshao said, why do you ask this? Gu Zhaoxi propped himself up, leaned his head over, and said in a low voice, I want to go out with June Patriarch. June Changshao was delighted. Why did he come to the eternal world? Wasn't it just to reunite with his brothers and travel the universe hand in hand? At first, he was worried that the Gu couple would not let him go. Now that he offered to go with him, it was very wrong of Ruigad. But, Gu Zhaoxi said again, don't let my parents know. June Changshao came to his senses and said in surprise, are you going to run away from home again? No. Gu Zhaoxi said seriously, my fiancé wants to go out and see the world. As her future husband, I have to fulfill her wish. I didn't see it. My brother loves his wife very much. Okay. For his brother and sister-in-law. No matter what, he had to take them away and explore the wider universe. The host is courting death, the system said, aren't you afraid that Gu Tianqing the mountain and sea realm master will hunt you down? That's true. June Changshao fell silent. From what the blonde woman said, he could see that the mountain and sea realm master was very strict with his daughter. It should be no problem for him to take his brother away, but it might be troublesome to take her away. June Patriarch. Gu Zhaoxi seemed to understand his dilemma and said in a low voice, this is our decision. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry and take us away. It's decided. I'll tell my fiancé. Whoosh. He jumped down from the chair and left. June Changshao shook his head, then took a sip of tea and said to himself, I owed you too much in my previous life. Since I have the chance in this life, no matter how difficult or dangerous it is, I will help you fulfill your wish. Brother and sister-in-law. I, June Changshao, must take them away. Boom. At that moment, the thatched cottage in front of them suddenly collapsed, and Gu Tianqing flew out and landed on the ground. What's going on? June Changshao was stunned. Ta! Mrs. Gu strode out of the room and shouted, tell me. Did you exchange the qi concealing pill formula for wine again? No, how could it be gone? I don't know, boom. Boom. Mrs. Gu rushed over and grabbed Gu Tianqing by the collar. She slammed him from left to right, and then from right to left. The ground caved in, and the scene of domestic violence was extremely tragic. June Changshao was shocked. Wait, where did he go? Boom. Boom. June Changshao, who was hiding in front of the damaged battleship, heard the explosions and screams from afar. He said with shame, Uncle, I'm sorry. Chapter 1749. Uncle, are you okay? In the pagoda, June Changshao asked weakly. He felt very guilty. He stole the formula for the concealing qi pill because of the mission and caused Uncle Gu to suffer domestic violence. I'm fine. Although Gu Tianqing's head was swollen and his eyes were narrowed into slits, the aura of an otherworldly expert was still there. He said, I'm used to it. How desolate, how sad. June Changshao said to himself, I'll find a chance to secretly return the formula. The concealing qi pill had been automatically matched to the elixir pavilion. Of course, he had to return the formula to Uncle Gu. Otherwise, how could he raise his head at home in the future? Sigh. Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, during this time, whenever something is missing, it's my fault. Why am I so unlucky? What's missing? June Changshao asked. The heaven-crossing palm print, the heart illumination sutra, the thousand shadows formula, these martial arts secret manuals are all gone. Gu Tianqing said as tears flowed down his cheeks. That's right. He liked to exchange martial arts for wine, but they were all unimportant or he got them from others. High-level martial arts were like family heirlooms. How could he be so foolish as to exchange them? Uncle's martial arts sound very strong. June Changshao took a sip of tea and looked calm on the surface. However, he exclaimed in his heart, the heaven-crossing palm print and the thousand shadows formula were stolen from Uncle. It can't be such a coincidence, right? The system said. It was such a coincidence. The few martial arts that the sect of all times mainly cultivated were all stolen from Gu Tianhua. It could be said that they only caught one to take advantage of the situation. Pa! Gu Tianqing clenched his fists and said angrily, "Catch the thief. I'll break his tendons and dislocate his bones, skin him and pull out his tendons." Gulp. Jun Changshao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and cold sweat broke out on his back. "Jun Patriarch?" Gu Tianqing said, "What's wrong with you?" Jun Changshao put down the teacup and said, "My stomach suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. I'll take my leave first." After that, he got up and left. "Stop!" At this moment, Gu Tianqing suddenly shouted. Jun Changshao's scalp instantly exploded and his heartbeat quickened. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, "Uncle, what's the matter?" "Pa!" Gu Tianqing walked over, put a hand on his shoulder, and said, "I heard about what happened yesterday from Goa. If Jun Patriarch hadn't come in advance, I'm afraid something would have happened. So, I'm very grateful." Jun Changshao almost cried. "Uncle! If you want to thank me, then thank me. Why do you have to be so serious? Do you know that my little heart almost jumped out of my throat? Go." Gu Tianqing waved his hand. Jun Changshao hurriedly slipped away. Only when he reached the front of the battleship did he heave a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "That scared me to death. The host didn't steal it, so why do you feel guilty? You still have the nerve to say that." The case was solved. The heaven-crossing palm print, illuminating Heart Sutra, and major Kiliakosm shadow art were all stolen from Gu Tianqing. Jun Changshao himself couldn't stand this kind of behavior of catching a sheep and pulling its wool off it. He scolded the system for a few hours until his mouth was dry. Sigh. Li Qingyang and the others shook their heads. The patriarch's situation of scolding the heir was really a little confusing. "Fine, fine." The system said, "I was wrong, I was wrong. It was your fault to begin with." Jun Changshao roared, "It has nothing to do with me." Completion of the Upper Realm Epic Mission 1 rewarded with Illuminating Heart Sutra and Heaven Crossing Palm Print. Completion of the side mission rewarded with Major Kiliakosm Shadow Art. Even the pill formula that he had just obtained was also due to the side mission. Looking at these 4 types, none of them were bought by Jun Changshao on his own initiative using contribution points or reputation points. So, logically speaking, he was indeed innocent. Could it be that, the mission came and he didn't do it? He must have stolen it, that was undeniable. However, Jun Changshao didn't steal it on purpose. It was all the system's fault. I can't let Uncle Gu know that the sect of all times cultivates these martial arts, or else something big will happen. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the sound of fighting was heard. Jun Changshao looked back and saw Yi Xingchen and He Wudi flying above the mountains, fighting fiercely. They're fighting again. Junior brother Yi really doesn't get tired of it. The disciples discussed. He Wudi's performance was very strong previously, causing Yi Xingchen to suffer a lot, so he often took the initiative to challenge him. Of course. It wasn't to determine who was better, but to learn from each other. The path of martial arts was to slowly grow through the constant exchange of blows with the strong. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing flew over from afar and looked at the 2 fighting in midair. He nodded and praised, "These disciples of yours are all good seedlings." He wasn't deliberately flattering them, but telling the truth. In fact, whether it was Yi Xingchen or He Wudi, their aptitudes and talents were very good. In the entire upper universe, they were top-notch. "They're far from your son," Jun Changshao said humbly. "Not true, not true." Gu Tianqing said, "Goa has been nurtured by all kinds of treasures since he was young, that's why he has his current aptitude. Your disciples don't have such a good foundation." It's really commendable that they can achieve what they have today. Uncle, you flatter me. June Patriarch. Gu Tianqing asked, have you heard of the Universe Holy War? Universe Holy War. June Changshao shook his head and said, never heard of it. This is the highest standard martial arts competition in the upper universe. It's held once every 1,000 years. At that time, top geniuses from all the major dimensions will gather and compete for the title of the universe's #1 genius, Gu Tianqing said. June Changshao muttered, isn't it just the universe's version of dragon and tiger battle for hegemony? Gosheng didn't care about this kind of competition between geniuses because his identity was patriarch, not a rising superstar who had to prove himself with strength. If it was a competition related to sex, then it was still worth serious consideration. Your disciples' cultivation and aptitudes are not bad. Gu Tianqing said, they can participate in the upcoming Universe Holy War. Maybe they can achieve good results and show the might of our Songhai faction. I'll listen to you. June Changshao said, every galaxy will send geniuses. That's right. Gu Tianqing recalled and said, take the previous Universe Holy War. All the galaxies in the upper universe sent geniuses, and there were as many as 1,000,000 of them. 1,000,000? June Changxiao's eyes widened. This number was terrifying. Every galaxy has tens of thousands of dimensions. Just sending a few people can form a huge scale. Gu Tianqing said, I heard that the number of geniuses participating in the first Universe Holy War almost broke 10 million. June Changshao was a little dizzy. The number of geniuses was more than the sand of the Ganges. That's not true. Gu Tianqing said, I have plans to let my son participate in the Universe Holy War. Although he can't achieve good results, at least he can train. If he's lucky enough to enter the top 100, he can even receive the blessing of the universe's origin, which will help him break through to the fate realm. Origin of the universe? June Changshao was shocked again. If the origin of a plane was the energy of an entire plane, then wouldn't the origin of the universe be the energy of the entire universe? Heaven crossing palm print. At this moment, Yi Xingqian and He Wudi's fight reached its climax. Both of them used their martial arts, and dense palm prints gathered in the sky, forming a spectacular scene. June Changshao, who was still thinking about the origin of the universe, heard this and his hair fell off his head. He howled in his heart, it's over. Chapter 1750. There was a type of pit called Father Pit. There was a type of pit called Dog Pit. Today, under Gu Tianqing's eyes, Yi Xingqian and He Wudi had pitted Gosheng. In fact, June Changshao had intended to stop them from fighting, but he had forgotten about it because they were talking about the universe's sacred war. That's right. Gu Tianqing nodded and said, your two disciples' comprehension of the heaven-crossing palm print has already reached the point of perfection. They are indeed the younger generation. As he spoke, he stopped. As he spoke, he turned around. They. How could they know the heaven-crossing palm print? June Patriarch. Gu Tianqing waved his hand and caught June Changshao, who was bending over and trying to slip away. He said coldly, what's the situation? Good. Gu Tianqing pulled him in front of him and said angrily, so you were the one who stole the secret manual. Uncle. June Changshao hurriedly straightened his tongue and said, I didn't steal it. How could your disciples? This, seeing his hesitation, Gu Tianqing lifted him up. Especially when he thought of the countless times he had suffered domestic violence because of the theft of the secret manual, anger rushed out of his head and he roared, Brat, I'm going to crush you. Uncle, listen to me, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. June Changshao was like a broken leaf, crashing from the east to the west, from the north to the south, and the sound of a dog barking could be heard. Yi Xingqian and He Wudi stopped and looked at Gu Tianqing, who was madly trampling June Changshao in the distance. They couldn't help but admire him. Patriarch is still the best, daring to find such a strong person to spar with. The case was solved. The heaven-crossing palm print was stolen by this brat. Speak. Gu Tianxing had beaten Jun Changshao for at least 2 hours, but his anger still hadn't subsided. He grabbed his collar and roared loudly. Sigh. It wasn't easy for him either. After being the scapegoat for so many years, he finally caught the real culprit. As for Jun Changshao, forget it. Although it was not his intention to steal the secret manual, stealing was stealing. He deserved to be beaten up. Uncle, Jun Changxiao's face was bruised and swollen. Martial arts are passed down from the sect. At this time, even if he was beaten to death, he could not say that he stole it. Who? 7 Profound Sage. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Gu Tianxing once again pressed Jun Changshao to the ground and beat him up as he roared, "Are you trying to trick a fool?" The 7 Profound Sage was a legend of the universe, an indestructible legend. He agreed with this point, but he definitely wouldn't believe that he was related to the sect of all times. It was normal. Wuxia didn't believe it at first. However, after coming into contact with it, especially after comprehending the 7 Profound Sunglow break, he had no choice but to believe it. After all, which force in the world could take out 7 incomplete volumes? In short, Gu Tianxing had not joined the sect of all times and had not come into contact with it. If he and Wuxia were to switch places, they would definitely be the head of the trio. Father. At this time, Gu Zhaoxi ran over from afar. When he saw Jun Patriarch being beaten up, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop beating him, stop beating him." The other meaning was that if he crippled him, how could he leave the mountain and sea realm? In order to maintain his image as an amiable father, Gu Tianxing casually threw Jun Changshao to the ground and resumed his immortal appearance. He said, "Jun Patriarch, you have to give me a clear explanation." Ouch, Jun Changshao howled, "My waist." The reader commented, "Why didn't you beat this guy to death?" Wife. He stole the secret manual. It has nothing to do with me. Gu Tianxing swore that this was definitely the toughest he had ever been in his life. This feeling was simply too good. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing's mother said with a straight face, "What's the matter?" Auntie. Jun Changshao covered his swollen face and said, "The heaven-crossing palm print is a martial art passed down in the sect of all times. Uncle insisted that I stole it. I'm innocent. Pass down my ass." Gu Tianxing roared, "The heaven-crossing palm print was created by me." If he had only obtained a high-level martial art from outside, he might have guessed that there might have been multiple copies of it, and that it would have coincidentally ended up in the sect of all times. However, this martial art was unique, and there was no other copy. Since he had learned it, he must have stolen it. Child. Gu Tianxing's mother said, "Speak slowly." Gu Tianxing almost vomited blood. Back when he could not find the secret manual, he did not ask for the reason and gave him multiple combos. Why was this kid so patient when it came to his turn? Was that just an excuse for domestic violence? Uncle. Jun Changshao said, "Since you said that this secret manual was created by you, how many years would it take to comprehend it to the point of perfection?" At least 100 years. How long has it been since the secret manual was lost? Gu Tianxing was silent. A few years. Gu Tianxing's mother helped him say. "Isn't that right?" Jun Changshao said, "A martial art that requires at least 100 years to comprehend, but the disciples of the sect of all times have already cultivated it to the point of perfection. May I ask how many years it would take for them to comprehend it?" Impossible. Gu Tianxing's mother was also a powerhouse. Naturally, she knew how difficult it was to cultivate the heaven-crossing palm print that her husband had created. Even if one was exceptionally talented, it would take at least a few decades to comprehend it. A few decades was for others. The spacetime secret realm. The name and the moves are the same. Gu Tianqing said angrily, how do you explain this? Uncle, as you said earlier, there are millions and millions of geniuses participating in the universal sacred war. Among them, there are bound to be martial artists with the same name. All the martial arts in the world lead to the same destination. No matter how many changes there are, they will still remain the same. It's normal for someone to create a martial art with the same principle and the same name. Jun Changshao said seriously. In terms of bullshit. The system sighed. I admire the host. Jun Patriarch's words make sense. Gu Tianqing's mother agreed. Bullshit. Gu Tianqing said, it's all bullshit. Gu Tianqing was still the one who saw things clearly. However, his wife was not on his side. She even turned around and looked at him suspiciously. You want to use Jun Patriarch as a scapegoat? No. Absolutely not. Seeing this, Jun Changshao said with a sobbing tone, I'm innocent. Child. Gu Tianqing's mother said, don't worry, Auntie will uphold justice for you. Then, she pulled Gu Tianqing's ear and said, come, follow me back to the house. No. Wife, this kid is the culprit who stole the secret manual. Why are you blaming me instead of him? Although Gu Tianqing was very powerful, he was very timid in front of his wife. Boom. Boom. Hearing that Uncle Gu was being beaten again, Jun Changshao hurriedly covered his face and ran out. He said in his heart, so close, so close. Patriarch. At this time, Zhen Dejuan transmitted his voice. Eternal is fixed. Jun Changshao was delighted. He looked at Gu Zhaoxi who was watering the herbs in the herb garden and said, brother, we can go now. Really? Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly threw away the water bottle and said, wait for me, I'll be back soon. Your mother is beating your father. This is a good opportunity. Hurry. Right away. Gu Zhaoxi ran toward Calm Heart Lake. 10 minutes later. The repaired Eternal flew into the sky. Its tail spewed out light and disappeared from the mountain and sea realm. Gu Tianqing's mother dragged Gu Tianqing out of the room and frowned. Why did that kid leave without saying goodbye? Leave. Leave my ass, that kid has a guilty conscience. He ran, wait. Gu Tianqing suddenly jumped up and looked at the bare herb garden. He immediately let out a roar that shook the mountains and rivers. Bastard, how dare you steal my herbs? Chapter 1751. Jun Changshao had successfully escaped with his brother and sister-in-law. However, the natural treasures that Gu Tianqing had painstakingly cultivated were all gone. Many people instinctively assumed that the culprit was Gou Sheng. After all, he had a criminal record, especially after being beaten up, so there was a motive. But in reality, the one who had stolen the natural treasures was Gu Zhaoxi. In the past few years, he had been responsible for watering and cultivating the herbs that his father had planted, and he had gradually developed feelings for them. He was worried that his mother would abuse him, so he had put them all into his spatial ring. It was hard to guard against a thief in the family. As for Jun Changshao, he had been abused by Gu Tianqing for a full 2 hours. Unless he had been kicked in the head by a donkey, he would not dare to steal again. Father. I will take good care of them. Gu Zhaoxi stood in front of the window, looking at the mountain and sea realm that was getting farther and farther away. Tears welled up in his eyes. In this life, he had deeply experienced the love of his parents. Parting was naturally very sad. Brother. Jun Changshao walked over and patted him on the shoulder. A young eagle will eventually leave its nest and fly alone in the sky. Gu Zhaoxi wiped away his tears and smiled brightly. Thank you, Jun Patriarch. Remove the Jun part. Don't pretend, Elder Gu. Mountain and Sea Realm. Gu Tianqing recovered from the theft of the herbs and said in shock, where did our son go? He left with June Patriarch, Gu Shijiu's mother said. Gu Tianqing said angrily, very well. He stole my natural treasures and kidnapped my son. Is he tired of living? And why didn't you stop him? Our son was an elder of the sect of all times in his past life. Now that the patriarch is looking for him, why should I stop him? Yes. Gu Tianqing slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot about that. Actually, the two of them already knew about Gu Xiaoxi's past life. To be exact, it was their son who had confessed. After all, the reincarnation spirit had already been exposed. The mountain and sea realm is very far from the upper realm, Gu Qin said. Even with the astral spirit realm battleship, it would still consume a lot of energy. For June Patriarch to come all the way here personally shows how much he cares about our son. Right. Gu Tianqing thought of something and said, no wonder my son could cultivate the heaven-crossing palm print so quickly. It turns out that he had comprehended it in the sect of all times in his previous life. As he spoke, he fell silent. That kid not only learned the heaven-crossing palm print, but also the magnificent reflection sutra and the big thousand shadows formula. Did that mean, bastard? Gu Tianqing roared at the sky, how many martial arts did you steal from me? Swish. Suddenly, the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm flew over and landed in front of the Gu clan couple. He pulled out a letter and angrily said, your son eloped with my daughter. What? Gu Tianqing was dumbfounded. They were engaged, and their parents didn't object. Was there a need to elope? What are you waiting for? The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm roared, go after them. Don't worry, in-law. Gu Qin-er's mother said, Gua and Lin-er's departure this time is also a kind of experience. Perhaps they can slowly develop feelings for each other in the future. Gu Tianqing didn't notice Jun Changxiao's escape because he was in the middle of domestic violence. Gu Qin-er's mother had been paying attention and didn't stop him because she hoped that her son and daughter-in-law could develop feelings for each other through the storm and grow old together. To put it bluntly, Gu Qin-er's mother wanted to see the two of them leave together. She didn't want them to wait in the mountain and sea realm to get married without any feelings for each other. All right. The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm gave up on the idea of pursuing his daughter. Since she wanted to elope with her fiancé, then let her be. After all, a married woman was like water that had been poured out. Son. Gu Tianqing looked at the sky and said, I'll give you 10 years. In 10 years, I'll take you to the universal sacred war. Have you thought it through? The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm asked. Although I don't care about fame and fortune and don't care about worldly affairs, my son needs experience. The universal sacred war is a good opportunity. Gu Tianqing said. As far as I know. The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm said, many top geniuses of the first-class planes have signed up. It's very difficult to compete for a spot in the Gray Sea system. It's difficult for others. Gu Tianqing said, for my son, it's like taking something out of his pocket. Ha ha ha. The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm laughed. Since you're so confident, I'll wait for 10 years to see how my son-in-law suppresses all the heroes on the spectator platform. Me. How did you die? On the Eternal, Gu Xiaoxi's face was stiff. The innocence in his eyes was replaced by the vicissitudes of life. As expected. Jun Changxiao said, you've lost part of your memory. He knew that as long as his brother relied on the reincarnation spirit to reincarnate, he would lose part of his important memories. For example, he wouldn't remember who he was when they met in the upper realm. Relax your mind. Jun Changxiao said, I'll take you to a place. He had a complete treatment plan for this kind of amnesia dog blood disease. Where? You'll know when you get there. Oh. Gu Xiaoxi relaxed his mind and felt his vision blur. He appeared in a prison-like environment. Swoosh swoosh. The light was dazzling. After Gu Xiaoxi got used to it, he subconsciously looked up and saw that after the Black Cat Sheriff fired 5 shots, a few words appeared in the sky: Tianyuan Prison Pagoda. Brother. Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, "Next, I'll give you a comprehensive treatment. Although the process is painful, it can definitely help you regain your lost memories." Gu Zhaoxi shivered. Clap. Jun Changshao clapped and said, "Area, your old friend is here again." Area? Gu Zhaoxi muttered, "She's a bit familiar." For some reason, his heart suddenly sped up. Every hair on his body stood up. The soles of his feet and palms were sweating. His legs and stomach trembled uncontrollably. He almost couldn't stand stably. He did a careful calculation. Gu Zhaoxi had been to the palace 3 times. Hi. Suddenly, there was a clear voice in his ear. Gu Zhaoxi turned his head stiffly and saw a girl standing in front of him. She was holding a candle in her hand. Because she put it in front of her chin, her whole face was extremely gloomy and terrifying under the light. There were 2 people standing next to the girl, one in white and the other in black. White impermanence and black impermanence were written on their foreheads. Their bright red tongues were almost hanging to the ground. Ghost, Gu Zhaoxi entered Tianyuan Prison Pagoda for the 2nd time to receive treatment from Area. Because the process was too detailed, it was greatly modified and deleted. In order to avoid similar situations, it would be omitted later. There's no need to omit. Gu Zhaoxi roared, "I remember now." The moment he was hung up by Area, the memories sealed in the depths of his soul gushed out like a flood. "My name is Gu Zhaoxi. I'm the brother of the patriarch. I'm an elder of the sect of all times. I carried the bomb for the people of the upper realm and rushed to the 9 warships of the astral soul world. Brother! Brother!" Jun Changshao and Gu Zhaoxi hugged each other with tears and snot running down their faces. The scene was as sad as it could be. Area, who had prepared all kinds of treatment props, saw her master and brother reunited again and said, "It's not easy to get a shot, but it ended before I could do anything." Sigh. Zhao Daodu and Dai Lu sighed and said, "Can you give us a line?" Chapter 1752. Because the fear of Area was buried deep in his soul, Gu Zhaoxi's amnesia was immediately cured. The scene of life and death brothers meeting again made people cry. "Brother." Gu Zhaoxi said seriously, "I'm still willing to sacrifice myself for the sect." "Be a bomber." "Willing." "No. In this life, I won't let you die again." Jun Changshao's expression and tone were very serious, although it was destined to be overanalyzed by little Dodo. "Brother." Gu Zhaoxi said, "I brought all of my father's medicinal herbs. If the sect needs them, I'm willing to give them to you for free." If Gu Tianqing heard his son's words, he would definitely take off his shoes silently. "Does Uncle Gu know?" "No, I took them secretly." Jun Changshao howled in his heart, "It's over, Uncle Gu might think that I stole them." "Be more confident." The system said, "Remove the might." Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "In Uncle Gu's eyes, I've become a complete thief." "Brother. These medicinal herbs belong to your family. The sect of all times can't take them." Gosheng also felt guilty, so he wouldn't take Gu Tianqing's medicinal herbs. Moreover, with the hidden cultivation technique, the qi concealing pill wouldn't be of any use. "Brother, you don't know." Gu Zhaoxi took out a secret manual and said, "These medicinal herbs my father planted can be used to refine many miraculous pills. Here. This is the encyclopedia of pills written by my father." "You stole it again." "My father's things are my things. How can it be considered stealing?" Gu Zhaoxi looked at him seriously. Jun Changshao gave him a thumbs up and said, "Uncle Gu has a good son." Gu Tianqing. Back in the mountain and sea realm, Matriarch Gu's roar could be heard. Where did the encyclopedia of medicinal pills go? Jun Changshao, you little bastard, don't let me catch you. Boom. Boom. Ah. The culprit who stole the heavenly treasures was not Jun Changshao. It was destined to disappoint some people. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that from this moment on, as long as Gu Tianqing lost something, Gou Sheng would definitely be the scapegoat. As an expert who made others take the blame for him, today he officially became the new generation's scapegoat. Just thinking about it made him quite happy. Brother. Sitting in the cafeteria, Gu Zhaoxi ate Lu Wanchu's food and asked, "Are we going on an interstellar trip?" Jun Changshao put down his chopsticks and said with a cold gaze, "To the star spirit world." Feeling the strong killing intent, Gu Zhaoxi immediately understood that his brother was preparing to do something big. If they hadn't come to invade, I wouldn't have sacrificed myself. Jun Changshao picked up his chopsticks, broke them, and said, "So, no matter how strong this plane is, I will make it completely disappear." Although the main mission was to dominate the upper universe, his only motivation was to destroy the star spirit world and avenge the destruction of the falling star continent. For this, even if he had to resort to unscrupulous means. I heard my father mention it before. Gu Zhaoxi said, "Star spirit world is one of the few top planes in the upper universe. If you want to destroy it, I'm afraid, no hope." "No." Gu Zhaoxi said solemnly, "I need brother to provide a more powerful bomb, and I will personally send it in." Preparing to be a bomber in advance, this was a true brother. "I said before, I won't let you sacrifice yourself again. Every time I die, I will become stronger. Brother, you don't have to worry. Are you worthy of Uncle Gu, worthy of Aunt Gu?" Gu Zhaoxi was silent. "Brother." Jun Changshao stood up, put a hand on his shoulder, and said, "Although you have the spirit of reincarnation and can be resurrected infinitely, it is not easy to find a good family and parents who love you. No matter what difficulties you encounter in this life, you must work hard to survive." Very serious, very serious. It was as if he had returned to the state after the destruction of the falling star continent. Understood. Gu Zhaoxi's eyes were firm. "I will try my best to live, not for myself, but for my parents." Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, "Don't forget, you still have a fiancé." Pfft. Elder Wei, who was eavesdropping, spat out a mouthful of tea. It was unbelievable for a patriarch to say such words. However, at the mention of his fiancé, Gu Zhaoxi's face showed displeasure, and said, "Brother, can you not mention this plastic surgery monster in the future?" Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Huali flew from the dining table, his face slamming into the wall. Qing Qiulin walked over in her high heels, then grabbed Gua's collar and raised him high, as if she was enveloped in anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "I did not have plastic surgery. Sister-in-law is so scary, I have to run away." Jun Changshao hurriedly turned around. "Stop." Qing Qiulin turned her head and said, "Find a suitable world to live in, I want to live in the mountains with my fiancé. Live in seclusion my ass." Gu Zhaoxi roared, "I want to build a career with my brother." Boom. Boom. Qing Qiulin grabbed him and slammed him to the ground until his head was full of bumps. Then she picked him up and said, "Say that again." Gu Zhaoxi said, "A real man, never says twice." Boom. Boom. Jun Changshao slipped out of the dining hall, shook his head and said, "This is probably a good tradition of the Gu family." "What are you doing?" At this time, Rose of Flowers walked over. Just as she was about to enter the dining hall, Jun Changshao hurriedly stopped her and said, "It's nothing. The scene of domestic violence, I can't let her see. If she gets infected, how am I going to live in the future? Brother. Give me a cigarette." In the corner of the cabin, Gu Zhaoxi said with a head full of bumps. Because his eyes were squinted into a line, he looked extremely miserable. "You're still young." Jun Changshao said, you can't smoke. Sigh. Gu Zhaoxi squatted down and said, when we pass by a plane, throw that woman down, I don't want to see her for a second. Jun Changshao expressed sympathy, but advised, such a beautiful fiancée, and the daughter of the sector lord, why are you so against it? The relationship between a man and a woman is an obstacle on the path of martial arts. Makes sense. The two brothers looked at each other with a feeling of heroes cherishing heroes. Elder Wei, who was eavesdropping from afar, shook his head. These two brothers are hopeless. No. Why did he keep eavesdropping? The next day. In the training field of the sect of all times, the upper echelon disciples gathered. This was to welcome Elder Gu, who had sacrificed himself for the sect and returned again. Everything is here. After the ceremony, Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and took out the pill encyclopedia that Gu Zhaoxi gave him, saying, next, we'll develop the sect while heading to the star spirit world. His gaze stopped on a page that recorded a pill called Instant Spirit Pill. He said in surprise, isn't this a pill formed in one rotation? Indeed. From the introduction, it was also highly toxic and had the effect of increasing the core transformation realm. Could it be that Uncle Gu obtained it from the demon clan and then kept it? Jun Changshao continued to flip through, and the more he read, the more shocked he became because there were many magical pill formulas recorded in it, and even, there were pill formulas for breaking through to the truth-seeking realm. Brother! You've brought me a treasure. Chapter 1753. The Encyclopedia of Pills contained many strange and precious pill formulas, which was undoubtedly a huge treasure for Jun Changshao. For example, the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill that he was looking at now could allow a cultivator to smoothly enter the truth-seeking realm from the peak of the revolving core realm without any side effects. However, the more magical the pill, the rarer the herbs. Fortunately, not only did Gu Zhaoxi bring the Encyclopedia of Pills, he also brought all the treasures that his father had planted. Although there weren't many of them, they had all been cultivated for a long time and could be used for refining at any time. Inside the pill hall, the 8 hall masters, led by Feng Gue Chen, gathered together, each with a complicated and constipated expression on their faces. What's wrong? Jun Changshao put down his teacup and said, is there any difficulty? Although the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill couldn't help the core disciples, it could be used by the outer disciples. Now that he had the pill formula and herbs, he naturally had to refine it immediately. Then, the pill hall came in handy. And there were 8 hall masters, all of whom were experts in alchemy. Therefore, Jun Changshao was only responsible for developing the sect and showing off when he had nothing to do. If he encountered any problems, he could just hand it over to the corresponding hall. Patriarch Feng Gue Chen said solemnly, the level of the pill formula is high, I don't have much confidence. They were not at the same level as Gu Tianqing at all. They were complete novices when it came to refining the pills listed in the Encyclopedia of Pills. That's your problem, not mine. Half a year. Jun Changshao stood up and said seriously, you must refine the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill for this king, otherwise, all of you will follow Mao Xiao Dao to clean the toilet. Watching the patriarch leave, Feng Gue Chen, Du Hong Chen, and the others hurriedly gathered in front of the Encyclopedia of Pills and began to discuss it. I think we can do it this way. No, it's risky. We have to change to a safer way, because Jun Changshao had given a strict order and because they didn't want to clean the toilet, the 8 hall masters united and each contributed ideas and methods. Regardless of whether they were effective or not, at least they could expand their thinking. Just as they were deep in discussion, Yuan Gongzi smiled from the corner of the hall. The 8 hall masters who would occasionally refine some pills, while the rest of them were freeloaders, finally had a job. This filled his heart with gratification. Eternal was like a rainbow, shuttling through the vast universe. Because it was on autopilot, Jun Changshao spent most of his time in seclusion in the sect. Occasionally, he would train Lin Yi, Yi Feng, and the others in martial arts. Gu Xiaoxi also focused on cultivation, especially spending his days in the Creation Room, the Tower of Trials, and various secret realms. Of course, most of them kept their distance from Qing Qiulin to avoid being bullied again. At this moment, the foundation that Gu Tianqing had laid down for Gu Xiaoxi was on display. His realm and cultivation base could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Jun Changshao was so envious that he nearly hid in a corner and cried. Having a good father really made a difference. Although he hadn't met one yet, when he had a son, he had to make him a strong second generation. Hee. The system laughed dryly as a sign of respect. Boom. Boom. On the training ground, two figures crisscrossed. All sorts of light rays shot out. It was truly a dazzling scene. Heaven crossing palm imprint. Gu Xiaoxi leaped into the air and executed a martial art from above. Peng peng peng. Sun Muching slid to the edge and poured his true spirit force into his fists, shattering all the palm imprints. Thump thump thump. After Gu Xiaoxi landed on the ground, he retreated in a sorry state. At this moment, Sun Muching charged over and executed a combo, sending Gu Xiaoxi flying. He then cupped his hands. Elder Gu, thank you for letting me win. Gu Xiaoxi stabilized his body with difficulty. His expression was extremely interesting. It had only been a few years since they last met and this kid was so strong. Luckily, he didn't foolishly challenge a core disciple. Otherwise, he would have been tortured even more badly. Haze. Jun Changshao shook his head. My brother probably thinks that he has a powerful father and has a good foundation in martial arts. That's why he dares to challenge Sun Muching, who is not inferior to a core disciple. Humph, Gu Xiaoxi waved his sleeves and said, let me cultivate for 2 or 3 years, then we'll fight again. His aptitude and talent were extremely high, but he was only 5 or 6 years old. As long as he had enough time to develop, he should have no problem beating Sun Muching or any other disciple in the sect. Of course, there was a prerequisite. They must not step into the divine secret realm while he was catching up. To put it bluntly, the Gu couple took great care of their son and helped him shape his body since he was young. However, compared to the disciples of the sect of all times, there wasn't much difference. Moreover, they were in the eternal world. The boundless heaven and earth attributes could be absorbed at will. Gu Xiaoxi was reincarnated into a good family, while the disciples of the sect of all times were, collectively cheating. 1 month later, Jun Changshao had just walked out of the courtyard where the rows of flowers lived when he heard Feng Guichen's shout, the pills are refined. Oh. So fast. Sure enough, only strict orders can improve efficiency. Jun Changshao set off for the pill hall, while the rows of flowers walked out of her room. Seeing that the roses in the courtyard had been trimmed, she muttered in her heart, when did he come? Pill hall. Feng Guichen and the others put their hands on their hips and raised their heads. Their noses were almost pointing to the sky. The patriarch had ordered them to refine the 6-flavor earth restoration pills in half a year, but they had finished in a month. One word: pride. Is it effective? Jun Changshao asked as he pinched a sparkling and translucent pill. Patriarch, please rest assured. Du Hongchen said, it was refined strictly according to the ingredients and steps of the recipe. Unless there is a problem with the recipe itself, there will be no accidents. Lin Yi. Disciple is here. Try it. Yes. Lin Yi took the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Since joining the sect of all times and becoming Jun Changxiao's disciple, his strength had improved significantly. Now that he had reached the peak of the revolving core realm, he could use it to test the effect of the pill. Whoosh whoosh. The 6-flavor earth restoration pills melted in his mouth. When the medicinal effect completely took effect, majestic heaven and earth attributes and heaven and earth mysteries gathered in his body, forcing Lin Yi to hurriedly sit cross-legged on the ground and run the illuminating Heart Sutra to refine them one by one. Although Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen were confident, they were still very nervous. After all, if they failed, they would have to take up the post and Mao Xiaodao would lose his job. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong airwave burst out from Lin Yi's body. The momentum of his advancement gathered above the pill peak and even formed a huge vortex. I'm going to advance. The recipe written by Uncle Gu is really effective. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. He even began to imagine the 6-flavor Earth Restoration pills being mass-produced and the second-generation disciples all entering the truth-seeking realm. Of course. This kind of pill could not only benefit the disciples, but also the entire eternal world. At that time, City Lord Xie, Patriarch Ai, and the others could also enter the truth-seeking realm. In the upper world, they would at least be considered first-class masters. The momentum of the advancement lasted for an hour. When it gradually converged, Lin Yi opened his eyes. His eyes were shining as he entered the truth-seeking realm from the revolving core realm. It's a success. Feng Guichen and Du Hongchen hugged each other excitedly. The burden of cleaning the toilet was completely put down. Not bad. Jun Changxiao praised, you have to refine more of this kind of pill. Feng Guichen scratched his head and said, there are not enough ingredients. I will be responsible for finding the ingredients. Jun Changxiao said, you just need to ensure the success rate of refining pills in the future. No problem. Chapter 1754. The refinement of the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill meant that as long as there were enough herbs, disciples who were stuck at the peak of the core transformation realm could instantly break through to the truth-seeking realm. It was a pity. The Encyclopedia of Alchemy did not record any higher-level formulas. If only there were pills to enter the divine secret realm. Jun Changxiao muttered to himself. Don't be discontent. The system said, it's already very strong. That's true. Jun Changxiao joked, Uncle Gu's Encyclopedia of Pills, I guess that it might be refreshed from the shop in the future. The system was silent. Combined with the independent battlefield that appeared earlier, this situation was not impossible. At the end of the day, apart from some special equipment and supreme treasures, most of the items that Jun Chang Xiaofan bought in the mall came from thousands of dimensions, and he could find the owners of those items. The most important thing now is. Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, I still have to think of a way to plant Uncle Gu's herbs in large quantities. Otherwise, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Ding! Disciple Mao Xiaodao has tirelessly cleaned the toilet for 1,000 days and completed the sect mission. Obtained 1,000 reputation points. Ding! Disciple Jingjiu has tirelessly cleaned the toilet for 1,000 days and completed the sect mission. Obtained 1,000 reputation points. Ding! Sect reputation points, 10,000. Finally enough. Jun Changxiao hurriedly opened the system shop. After hesitating for a moment, he still bought the Sky Might secret realm that had not been refreshed. Ding! Sect reputation points, 0, heartache. Go Xing clutched his chest. He did not look at the new secret realm that he had just bought. Instead, he continued to use his contribution points to refresh it. At present, the level of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Gu Tianqing planted were too high. It was difficult to find them even if he passed by some plains, so he could only place his hopes on the shop. Ding! 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 The refresh rate was very fast. It could be seen that nothing good came out. We can't let Go Sheng have to give him whatever he wants. Otherwise, where will the author's face go? So, even with the refresh rate of the light years VIP, he did not get anything. Alright. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and said, "We can only wait until next month." At this moment, he finally had the mood to enter his spatial ring. He took out the instruction manual of the Heavenly Might's secret realm and read it in detail. "I'll go." "Good stuff." After reading it, Jun Changshao stood up from his chair, his eyes sparkling with excitement. According to the detailed introduction of the manual, if the disciples successfully passed the level, they would be rewarded with weapons and treasures, and the lowest grade of equipment here was immortal grade. The immortal level belonged to the upper realms hierarchy. It might not be rare in higher level planes, but at least it was not considered weak. Furthermore, and this was just the beginning. Above that was, the Zenith realm. That was right. This was the pinnacle of the pinnacle immortal sword. From the perspective of a martial artist from the upper realm, it would be categorized as a divine artifact. If Qingyang and the others can each obtain an ultimate weapon, wouldn't they be as awesome as the heavens? Jun Changxiao's gaze became even more fervent. Most of the core disciples were stuck at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. If they wanted to advance to the next level, they could only wait for an opportunity. Therefore, at this moment, the only way to increase their combat strength to the greatest extent was to rely on equipment. "I'm at the half-step Fecta stage. I have a 6-piece set. I'm at the Fecta stage. I have a 9981 set. Excuse me." Although the Sky Might secret realm was not bad, its shortcomings were also obvious. Only disciples were allowed to enter. The Patriarch and the higher-ups were out of the question. This is fucked. It's okay. As long as the host is brave enough to refresh the store, sooner or later, there will be a suitable secret realm for himself and the higher-ups. At that time, the Zenith realm will be armed to the teeth. If one comes, one will be destroyed. The system was a good salesman, but unfortunately, Go Sheng rolled his eyes and said, "Scram as far as the world is." He believed that there were secret realms suitable for the Patriarch and the higher-ups in the store, but whether it could be refreshed or not depended entirely on luck. Therefore, everything was up to fate. Whoosh whoosh. Behind the mountain, another huge whirlpool gradually emerged, and then lined up with the Life and Death secret realm, Spacetime secret realm, and Empyrean secret realm. Other sects went out to train, but the Sect of all times could enjoy the same treatment without leaving the house, and even give experience and equipment. How could the disciples not level up quickly? Patriarch. Su Xiaomao grinned and said, "What is this? Sky Might secret realm. What does it do? You want to know? Go in and take a look." Su Xiaomao immediately shrank back. In this kind of unknown secret realm, who knew if there was a big trap waiting for him when no one went in? "I'll go," Yi Xingqian said. Therefore, Knight Emperor was manly enough. He deserved to be the second disciple of the book. "I'll go too." Xiao Ziji walked out. He might be late to attack and defend, but he would never be absent. "Go." Jun Changshao gestured. Go Sheng was quite assured to let these two disciples go in. Because they often trained together in the lower realm, there was no need to talk about their tacit understanding. "Let's go." Yi Xingqian stepped into the Sky Might secret realm first, and Xiao Ziji followed closely behind. Jun Changshao didn't know what kind of test there was in the secret realm, so he could only pray for his two disciples in his heart. At least, they could escape unscathed. Ta. Ta. In the Sky Might secret realm, Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji appeared out of thin air. The environment here was very oppressive, and there was a thick fog nearby. It was like the beginning of the universe, and nothing could be seen clearly. Ka 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 ka. Suddenly, there was movement. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji looked over warily and saw a martial artist in strange armor walking out from a place in the distance where they could barely see clearly. If Jun Changshao was here, he would immediately realize that this was a Japanese samurai. In particular, there were two long swords hanging from his waist. Shua. The samurai stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji didn't relax at all. They became even more cautious. Although this strange man didn't release any energy, his sharp eyes were enough to show that he was extraordinary. Clang! The samurai used his thumb to pick out the two swords from the scabbard and then put them on both sides. He said, "These are my weapons, Tai Yen and Tai Kuei. Whoever wins will be their new master." Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji's eyes lit up. The two swords were exactly the same size. They were 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. The surface of the swords was as smooth as a mirror, and the blade shone with a cold light. It was obvious that they were divine weapons. One-on-one. That's right. I will fight him one-on-one. Yi Xingqian said as he raised his hand, and the word attack appeared on his forehead. The Chinese-style armor and the sky halberd appeared out of thin air. Xiao Ziji hurriedly retreated far away. "Come, let's fight." Yi Xingqian raised the sky halberd and pointed it at the samurai sitting on the ground. The samurai stood up and then raised his sword with his right hand and his left hand holding the opposite direction. He said, "Please. Ta." At this moment, Yi Xingqian swung the sky halberd and flew into the air. The majestic power of true spirit pressed down on the samurai with a domineering aura. Clang! Clang! The samurai put his swords together and caught the heavy halberd. Then, he took more than 10 steps back and made a strange attacking posture. He said, "Two-sword style, ghost cut." Whoosh! In front of Yi Xingqian, a cross-shaped sword mark appeared out of thin air. Child's play. He took a big step forward and waved the sky halberd, directly breaking the sword mark that appeared and then attacked with a sweeping momentum. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Under the camera, the two fought from left to right, front to back. The sparks and the vast energy created by the collision of weapons created a spectacular scene. Li Tian just needed to find an angle to take a picture. Chapter 1755. Ding! Ding! Inside the Heaven's Might's secret realm, Yi Xingqian and the samurai's weapons clashed crazily. It could be said that there were lightning and sparks all the way, so dazzling that Xiao Ziji could barely open his eyes. This dual-blade man was not weak. He was actually able to fight evenly with junior brother Yi. Dual-blade style, falling rain. Total annihilation. Dual-blade style, god-slaying slash. Total annihilation. Dual-blade style, total annihilation. Dual-blade style, sweep. Realizing that he had almost been led into a trap, the samurai hurriedly placed his dual blades in front of him and roared, "You only know one move." Total annihilation. Who? Yi Xingqian jumped over as usual. The halberd's entire body was shining with special effects, and the pressure seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Ding! The samurai held his blade in front of him. The blade was violently bombarded, and he staggered back more than 10 feet before stabilizing his body. His hands were slightly numb from the shock. Yi Xingqian stood up from his half-squatting position. The halberd was still covered by special effects, and his entire person was extremely powerful. He said, "Fancy, useless." Indeed. No matter how gorgeous the move was, it could not cause any damage. It could only be considered fancy moves. Even if he casually poked with his finger, his strength would be enough to destroy the world. Yi Xingqian was such a person. If he could instantly kill his opponent, he would definitely be straightforward. Unlike Jun Changshao, who used a special martial art and danced shamelessly. Bah! All right. The samurai stood up straight and placed his dual blades on the ground. He said, "You're not weak. I'm going to get serious." Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by a red light, and his eagle-like sharp eyes gradually turned as red as blood, as if he had been possessed by a demon from hell. "You've become stronger," Xiao Ziji said in shock. Tisk, although Yi Xingqian's face was full of disdain, he still became vigilant. Ka. At this moment, the samurai crossed his dual blades in front of him and said coldly, "Bankai, 8-armed Azura." Buzz buzz buzz. Tai Yen and Tai Kuei suddenly trembled, and a strange energy quickly surged out and enveloped their masters. Hoo hoo. Strong winds blew, and it was extremely gloomy. Yi Xingqian frowned and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Ah, from within the strange energy came the strange roar of a warrior. Then, he took a step forward, and the armor on his upper body fell off, revealing his strong muscles. If Hall Master Z was here, he would definitely look down on Zhang Xian. This was because Zhang Xian only had his clothes torn apart during the battle. He had no soul at all. Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji had serious looks in their eyes. They didn't care that his armor had exploded, nor did they care that there were lines on his body. What they cared about was that 7 blood-red arms had appeared out of thin air behind this person's back. Including the 2 that were holding the saber, it was just enough. Wait, did he shout 8 arms just now? I have already comprehended the highest profoundness and condensed the 9th arm. Are you all not surprised? The warrior said proudly. Xiao Ziji roared, "We don't even know who you are. What's there to be surprised about?" Wu. Learned martial arts at the age of 6. Learned 2 saber techniques at the age of 18. Defeated all the opponents in the world at the age of 39. Bang! While the warrior was talking about his glorious history, Yi Xingqian kicked him away and said, "Noisy young man." The warrior floated down and threw his dual blades into the air. He grinned and said, "You are the first strong opponent I have met in my life, so you are qualified to make me use." Buzz 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 buzz. The dual blades spun in the air and quickly divided into 7 blades. Pa! Pa! The warrior caught the falling blades with his 9 arms, then crossed them in front of him and said, "Ultimate profoundness, 9 saber force." After he said those words, the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Because, Xiao Ziji pointed to the arm that was cut when he didn't catch the blade and said, "Do you need to bandage it? Do you have a bandage?" "Yes. Thank you." The warrior bandaged the few scratches on his arm and his face quickly became serious again. He said, "Today, I will compete with you with my will. 9 saber force, 8-armed mantis." He took a step forward and the 9 blades exploded with special effects. Gradually, the shadow of a huge mantis gathered behind him. Its 9 forelimbs were like 9 huge sharp blades. Xiao Ziji was speechless. There were clearly 9 of them, but he insisted on calling 8. He was as ignorant as the patriarch. The huge mantis waved its 9 forelimbs and a terrifying aura instantly shrouded the secret realm. Even the air was filled with a sharp and austere aura. The warrior exploded with the ultimate profoundness he had learned. Although it looked a bit Chinibu, it was undeniable that the aura was very strong. "I told you." At this moment, Yi Xingqian flew into the air and put his hands on the sky piercer. He said, "Fancy, useless." Whoosh! Whoosh! A powerful force whistled and mercilessly tore the space. "Junior brother Yi." Xiao Ziji said, "You are serious?" "Yes." Yi Xingqian was serious. Because this strange warrior, whether it was attacking, was always so fancy and long-winded. It made him very irritated, so he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. As for the dual blades, sorry, he was not interested at all. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian pressed down from the sky. Under the cover of power, it was as if he had turned into a fierce tiger jumping down from a mountain peak. His sharp claws and teeth mercilessly tore at the 8-armed mantis. Roar! The fierce tiger came down the mountain with irresistible force. The warrior's eyes were filled with astonishment. He blurted out, "Ha ha ha." Boom! The violent power boiled on the ground, forming visible ripples that spread in all directions. The space was also shaken to the point of distortion. Xiao Ziji hurriedly put the flowing light shield in front of him. He could only hear the crazy impact of the remaining power, producing bang 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 sounds. He could not help but be shocked. Junior brother Yi is stronger than before. Of course. He Wudi instantly killed the boss. Not only was it a blow to Night Emperor, but it also greatly stimulated his desire to become stronger. Therefore, during this period of time, he was more strict and tortured himself. Although his realm did not increase, his combat power increased. Men should be more ruthless. The flood-like energy waves gradually subsided. Xiao Ziji retracted the flowing light shield and hurriedly looked at the battlefield. He saw Yi Xingqian standing proudly with his halberd in front of him, like an undefeatable war god. As for the giant mantis, it had completely disappeared into nothingness. Even the warrior was in a half-kneeling position. His two katanas were scattered on the ground. The blades were dim and lifeless, as if they had lost their souls. "The outcome has been decided," Xiao Ziji said. "Wah!" The warrior spat out a mouthful of blood and then sat on the ground with difficulty. He lowered his head and said, "Thou has won." Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Xingqian waved his hand. The two katanas and the scabbard flew out and landed in front of Xiao Ziji. The latter immediately understood and hurriedly put them into the space ring. The warrior raised his head and said, "I am Yagyu Jubiai. If there is a chance in the future, I hope to fight with you again." After that, he turned into smoke and dissipated. Ding! Because the challenger failed to defeat Yagyu Jubiai within the stipulated time, he will be forcefully teleported out. Swoosh, swoosh! Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji disappeared into thin air. When they came back to their senses, they were already standing outside the Heaven's Might's secret realm. How was it? Jun Changshao, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly asked, "What did you get?" Xiao Ziji took out the two katanas and said, "I only got the two katanas of a strange warrior called, something Tai." Jun Changshao took it and said in surprise, "Japanese katana." Clang! He pulled out the katana. The system roared, "No, this is the weapon I got in the secret realm." As the master of a sect, how can he use it? Chapter 1756. Only disciples could enter the Heavenly Might's secret realm. Logically speaking, the equipment obtained should only be used by disciples. In the end, Go Xing pulled out the katana easily. That's right. Jun Changshao was stunned. It's not bound. Then, he took another katana from Xiao Ziji and pulled it out easily as well. There was no resistance at all. Elder Lu. Jun Changshao closed the katana and threw it over. Try it. Ryu Sinan took the katana and pulled it out of the scabbard. Looking at the sharp blade, he praised, "Good katana." The system was speechless. Both the patriarch and the elder could use it. This meant that although there were restrictions in the Heavenly Might's secret realm, equipment could be shared. Let me see. At this time, Fan Yezi walked over and took the katana from Ryu Sinan. After studying it carefully, he exclaimed, "It's at least immortal grade." Jun Changshao was not surprised. In fact, he was a little disappointed. The introduction said that as long as the equipment obtained in the secret realm was at least immortal grade. Unfortunately, it was not perfected grade. He could remain calm, but Ryu Sinan and the others were stunned. Immortal grade was a divine weapon in the upper realm. The owners were also famous people. Now that two disciples had entered the secret realm and casually brought out two of them, this was a little exaggerated. What a pity. Xiao Ziji said, "The challenge failed." Failed? Jun Changshao was surprised. Then why did you return the weapon? Xiao Ziji immediately told him about Yi Xingqian's battle with Yagyu Jubiai. No wonder it's a Japanese katana. After understanding the reason, Jun Changshao said, the user is a Japanese. Wait. How could there be a Japanese in the Heavenly Might secret realm? After all, this was not the Milky Way, and it was not Earth. Why do you care so much? The system said, since you're giving out immortal-grade equipment, let the disciples challenge it. That's true. Jun Changshao stopped his wild thoughts and said, perhaps defeating that fellow requires a specific time. Although Xingqian won in the end, he was deemed to have failed because he exceeded the time limit. Humph! Yi Xingqian snorted coldly and said, the next time we go in, we must kill them cleanly. We cannot waste any time. He didn't think that there was only one Yagyu Jubiai in the secret realm. There should be other strong people. It didn't matter if he gave him the equipment or not. At least it was a good place to train. Invincible. Jun Changshao said, go in and try your luck. Yes. Woody walked over and howled in his heart, it's all my fault for being too high profile last time. That's why the Patriarch thinks so highly of me. Swish, he merged into the whirlpool and entered the secret realm. Kaka. Suddenly, a sound was heard. Woody turned around and saw a strange martial artist walking over. Who? Yagyu Jubiai. Since this guy appeared again, it meant that he hadn't been killed just now. Instead, he disappeared after his defeat and waited for another challenger to come. Then, it should be an illusion automatically generated by the secret realm. Smack. Yagyu Jubiai sat cross-legged on the ground and flicked the scabbard with his thumb. As a result, he flicked nothing. He looked down and found that his waist was empty. He said blankly, where's my sword? Woody's mouth twitched. Although it was the first time he saw this guy, he could roughly guess from Xiao Ziji's explanation that this should be the warrior that senior brother Yi had defeated. As for the sword, it was naturally the two that senior brother Yi had taken out. Forget it, forget it. Yagyu Jubiai stood up and said, I can still fight without my sword. Come. Please enlighten me. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Woody rushed over and punched him in the abdomen with his right fist. A powerful force exploded and energy ripples visible to the naked eye rose behind him. Wah! Yagyu Jubiai spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes bulged and his mouth opened. In slow motion, his feet left the ground and he flew out with a bow before turning into smoke. KO. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Yagyu Jubiai in the allotted time. Ding! As the challenger defeated a heroic soul in an instant, you have obtained a perfect evaluation. In the next round, you will directly challenge an S-class heroic soul. Whoosh! The scene in front of him changed. Woody was in a place similar to a hall. There was a wall in front of him. There were many lifelike human figures drawn on the wall. There were so many of them that they were densely packed, especially this symbol on the back of each hand. What does this mean? Woody couldn't understand it at all. If it were Jun Changshao, combined with this symbol and the symbol on the back of Yagyu Jubiai's hand, he would definitely immediately understand that this should be a common division of strength in the game. The strongest sect of all times, the strongest sect of all times. The first 10 draws only cost 998 yuan, an S-class core disciple can bring it home for 7 consecutive days, and an SSS Plus Patriarch can receive it for free. Pick up your phone and download it quickly. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, the wall seemed to be activated by some kind of energy. The portraits outlined by lines flickered with a bright light as if they had become flesh and blood. Challenger, please choose your opponent. A deep voice sounded in his ears. Woody understood. This was to let him choose an opponent from the portraits on the wall. Who should he choose? Woody looked at them carefully. As a Go Sheng, if a battle was inevitable, he would definitely choose the weakest. At least he could preserve his strength. I choose him. He Wudi chose a target. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the selected portrait turned into a stream of light and flew out. At the same time, the scene in front of him changed from a dark hall to a garden full of peach blossoms. He Wudi became vigilant because under the thickest peach tree in front of him, a burly man was sitting on his back and reading a bamboo scroll. He wore a grassland-colored hat on his head, and beside him was a long and wide wooden box. There should be some kind of weapon inside. Who are you? Tell me your name. The voice was deep and dignified, and the aura was very strong. The last disciple of the sect of all times, He Wudi. He Wudi cupped his hands and said, Who are you? Swish. The burly man gently put the bamboo scroll aside, then slowly turned around and said in a loud voice, Marquis of Han Shou Ting, Guan Yunchang. Red phoenix eyes, crouching silkworm eyebrows. His face was like a heavy date, and his lips were painted. That's right. It was Master Guan Yu. He Wudi's eyes widened. The difference between this majestic and burly guy and the bearded old elder in the portrait who looked like a drunk old man was too big. If I had known, I would have chosen the short old man with the bow next to him. Swish. Guan Yunchang raised his hand, and the wooden box on the ground flew up. He strode over and said, Let's fight. Although He Wudi was very depressed to have chosen such a fierce guy, since he wanted to pass the test, he could only fight. Thus, he cupped his hands and said, Please. Pine. Guan Yunchang placed a palm on the wooden box. The wooden board suddenly flew out and flew away from He Wudi. The rolling energy messed up his hair. An expert. He Wudi frowned. It's been a long time since I fought. Guan Yunchang indifferently put his hand into the opened wooden box and said, I hope you won't disappoint me. Swish. The first grab caught loneliness. Swish. The second time, he caught loneliness again. Master Guan Yu turned around and found that the wooden box was empty. He said in shock, Where's my blade? Chapter 1757. These two swords are good, but judging from the material, they don't seem to be as good as the green dragon crescent blade. Outside the arcane realm, Jun Changshao took out the god-modified green dragon crescent blade and compared it with Tai Yen and Tai Kuei of Yagyu 10 soldiers. Not bad. Fan Yezi agreed. There's a big difference in material and workmanship. What a pity. Jun Changshao said, I bought it too early. I can't keep up with the level. Although he would occasionally take out the green dragon crescent blade to kill people, he mostly relied on his own strength. As far as weapons were concerned, they were already obsolete. There was no other way. The early equipment would definitely not be as good as the later equipment. This was an unchangeable law, unless it could be upgraded continuously like the hard-to-keep blade. When the host bought it, there were only 157 chapters. Now there are more than 1,700 chapters. It's already good that you can use it until now, the system said. Yeah. If it weren't for this god-modified weapon, how could I have defeated Qin Haoren? Now that I think about it, it's full of memories and emotions. The god-modified green dragon crescent blade couldn't keep up with the times, but it was undeniable that it helped Go Sheng resolve a lot of problems in the early stages. It could be considered as a witness to his growth. If it's possible. Jun Changshao said, I hope to upgrade this blade and let the soul of Wuxia's Wuxing stand proudly at the top of the mountain. Go Sheng was a nostalgic person. He hoped that even if the weapons and equipment that had already been eliminated, they would still have a chance to shine again. They would follow him everywhere and look down on the world. Wash up and sleep, the system said. Thank you. Jun Changshao said, You're a reverse healer. Where's my blade? Inside the secret realm, Lord Guan Yu missed his target twice. He frowned and his face turned even redder due to his anger. As the famous Wuxia of Wuxia, the first thing people thought of was not the hat, but the green dragon crescent blade that accompanied him on his expeditions. Slaying Hua Xiong with warm wine. Overcoming 5 obstacles and killing 6 generals. This was all related to the green dragon crescent blade. P.S. The above allusions are all taken from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, don't take it seriously. The system roared, readers who have read all these silly articles, who the fuck would take you seriously? Don't think too highly of yourself. He Woody was speechless. Where was that strange warrior who asked about the blade? Why was this person also asking about the blade? Forget it, forget it. Master Guan Yu said, without a suitable weapon, I have no desire to continue fighting. Thou may go back. After saying that, he turned around and left. It seemed that because he had lost the green dragon crescent blade, his back seemed desolate. If Ma Yongning were here, he would definitely be able to understand Second Master's pain. That was because a true saber user was someone who lived when the saber was around. You admit defeat? He Woody was overjoyed. As long as they could avoid fighting as much as possible and avoid consumption as much as possible, it was undoubtedly excellent. At this moment, he Woody noticed that the empty wooden chest suddenly flickered with a faint light and gradually condensed into a bright crystal. He hurriedly walked over and said, Is this the reward for clearing the dungeon? Forget it. I'll keep it in my ring first. Swish. He Woody had just put away the palm-sized crystal when a voice came from the secret realm. As the S-class heroic soul has no desire to fight, the challenger has failed and will be forcibly teleported out. Swish, before he Woody could come back to his senses, he had already appeared outside the Heavenly Might's secret realm. No way. That guy didn't want to fight and ran away by himself. Why did he put the blame on me in the end? What's the situation? Jun Changshao asked. He Woody told him the situation he encountered, especially the strange person who had no desire to fight. Jun Changshao fell into deep thought after hearing this. That person was wearing a grassland hat, with eyebrows, red phoenix eyes, and a red date face. He looked mighty and extraordinary. Why did it sound like he was describing Guan Yu? Pa Go-sheng pressed the special effect button of the green dragon crescent blade. Wu Xing's soul suddenly appeared behind him and said, Is it him? Yes, yes. He Woody said, Yes, it's him. Although Wu Xing's soul looked both real and fake, his appearance and behavior were exactly the same as Guan Yu's in the Heavenly Might's secret realm. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to tell. Jun Changshao removed the special effect and said, and then. His blade was gone, so he left by himself. The blade was gone. Jun Changshao looked at the divine modified green dragon crescent blade in shock and muttered in his heart, could it be, this divine modified green dragon crescent blade came from Guan Yu? The system said, it can't be that coincidental, right? Oh. Right. He Woody took out the bright crystal and said, this is what I got. It seems to be a special ore. Jun Changshao looked over and immediately showed a look of ecstasy. The bright crystal in front of him, in terms of shape and size, was actually very similar to the modified soul stone used to upgrade hard-to-keep blade. Could it be? Impossible. The system poured cold water on him. There are still differences. Indeed. Strictly speaking, some of the edges and even the color were very different, especially the small green dragon pattern inside, which was not found in the modified soul stone. Wait a minute. Green dragon pattern. Jun Changshao hurriedly looked at the green dragon carved on the surface of the green dragon crescent blade. After careful comparison, he concluded that the two were exactly the same. Could it be, he said happily, this thing is used to upgrade the green dragon crescent blade? It's even more impossible. It can't be that coincidental, ding. While the system was working, Jun Changshao picked up the crystal and touched it on the surface of the green dragon crescent blade. The crystal instantly turned into a green light and merged into the blade. The two sides seemed to have a strong chemical reaction. Sure enough. I guessed it right. Whoosh! At this moment, the green dragon crescent blade flew out of his hand and hung over the eternal world. It was shrouded in bright flowing light and gradually gathered into a huge green dragon, hovering proudly in the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Led by Long Outyen, the higher-ups in the city of the dragon tribe flew out one after another and looked at the roaring green dragon in the sky with astonishment in their eyes. What a powerful dragon chi! But it's different from our dragon tribe. What kind of power is this? The dragon tribe and all the creatures in the eternal world were confused. Only Jun Changshao gradually raised the corner of his mouth when he felt the mighty aura. Then he put his hand on his chest and said proudly, "This is the power from the east." Whoosh! Whoosh! The green dragon roared with great momentum. After a while, the green dragon crescent blade flew out from the mysterious power and landed in front of Jun Changshao with a bang. The green dragon pattern engraved on the surface of the blade flickered as if it had come alive. This, He Wudi and Li Qingyang were dumbfounded. Swish! Jun Changshao held the green dragon crescent blade and strode forward. The pattern on the blade shone brightly and an illusory green dragon instantly wrapped around his body. He shouted, "Dragon in the sky!" Roar! The saber light and the azure dragon soared into the sky. The special effects were powerful, and the aura was so strong that He Wudi and the others were forced to retreat. They stared at the sky, dumbfounded, at the void that was gradually being torn in half. Patriarch. Is he, using a big move? Chapter 1758. It was extremely shocking that the sky was torn apart. One had to know that this was the former first-class Shenyuan realm. The space barrier was extremely strong, but it was cut open so easily. It was enough to show that the green dragon crescent blade that was fused with the crystal had been upgraded in all aspects. Thud! Jun Changshao landed gracefully, and the blade hit the ground. A mysterious force from the east instantly rippled. Li Qingyang and the others were in awe. At that moment, Jun Changshao's back was incomparably majestic and powerful. They almost couldn't help but shout "Patriarch, awesome!" Of course. The system was the saddest. Not only did it successfully poison him, but it was also slapped in the face. Thank you. Jun Changshao put away the blade and thanked the system gratefully. The system roared, "I shouldn't have said so much in the first place." Plop. At this moment, Jun Changshao, who looked extraordinarily mighty, suddenly collapsed on the ground like mud. White foam kept coming out of his mouth as if he had an epileptic seizure. That bright crystal was indeed used to upgrade the green dragon crescent blade, so after it was successfully fused, the weapon was greatly improved, and even the special effects were strengthened. Back then, Go Shing used Wu Xing's soul for the first time. Although he defeated Qin Haoren, the result was that he was completely exhausted. He had to be carried away by the disciples when he left Hao Qi sect. That's right. The upgraded version of the god-modified green dragon crescent blade also inherited the glorious tradition of fainting immediately after showing off. Jun Changshao, who was lying on the ground, said, "It's been a long time. Patriarch, are you okay? Help me up and send me back to my room." Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji hurriedly helped Jun Changshao up. However, before they left, they didn't forget to remind them, you guys continue." Yi Xingchen and Xiao Ziji went in and gave them 2 katanas. He Wudi went in and gave them a god-modified crystal to upgrade weapons. This heavenly might secret realm was really a big treasure. Yes. The disciples received the order. After watching the patriarch leave, Su Xiaomo rubbed his fists and said, "I'll go in." Now that Yi Xingqian and the others had come out safely, he was no longer worried that there might be a trap inside. Of course, caution was needed. Su Xiaoma looked at He Wudi and said, "Junior brother, is there anything we need to pay attention to?" "Yes." He Wudi said solemnly, "If you enter a hall and have to choose an opponent, I suggest you choose the weakest one. For example." He paused for a moment and said, "A short old man with a bow." The short old man with the bow. Su Xiaoma made a mental note of this. Then, he tidied up his school uniform, waved at his fellow disciples, and stepped into the arcane realm. Ka ka ka. Shrouded in thick fog, Yagyu Jubiai appeared once again. From this, it could be seen that this fellow should be the gatekeeper of the heavenly might's secret realm. As long as the disciples entered the secret realm, they would be able to meet him. As usual, Yagyu Jubiai first sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to use his fingers to flick out his dual blades. When he realized that there was nothing at his waist, he said in shock, "Where are my blades?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaoma kicked him out of sight with a beautiful side kick. He said, "So weak." Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Yagyu Jubiai in the stipulated time. Ding! As the challenger defeated a heroic soul in an instant, he received a perfect evaluation. In the next round, he will directly challenge an S-rank heroic soul. The scene in front of him changed, and he was now in the main hall. The main hall. The place that junior brother he mentioned just now. Buzz. Buzz. When the image on the wall became lifelike, Su Xiaoma immediately understood what it meant. "I choose." He stared at the heroic souls and finally locked his eyes on the short old man with the bow. Combined with his junior brother's previous reminder, he said without hesitation, "Him." Swish. The scene in front of him suddenly changed. He Wudi appeared on top of a mountain. The stone wall next to him was engraved with the words, "Dingjun Mountain." Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. A murderous aura that only appeared when two armies faced each other filled the air, causing Su Xiaoma to instantly become serious. Clang clang clang. The sound of a knife being sharpened could be heard. Su Xiaoma looked up and saw an old man wearing battle armor on a huge rock in front of him. He was sharpening a rusty broadsword with a bow and a quiver beside him. "It's him. The person I chose." Compared to the extraordinary heroic souls in the portraits, this person was simply too old. It seemed a little inappropriate for him to fight with him. "Young man." The old man stopped and flicked the surface of the broadsword with his finger. "Have you heard of a treasured broadsword that is still young?" His voice and eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, but there was an indescribable deterrence. This made Su Xiaoma feel deep veneration. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, please." Clang. The old man sheathed the broadsword and picked up the bow with difficulty. He carried the quiver on his back and jumped down from the huge rock, almost falling on his butt. Su Xiaoma felt even more ashamed in his heart. He was in the prime of his life, yet he found an old man to fight. Was he worthy of the patriarch's repeated emphasis on being unyielding? If he had known earlier, he would have chosen a young man who held a spear and seemed to be full of courage. Ashamed was ashamed. But after all, he was in a secret realm challenge. Whoosh! Su Xiaoma activated his qi, the power of the true spirit filled the air, and said, "Sorry for the offense." Shwa! He took a step forward and moved at full speed. However, just as he was about to rush over, the armored old man quickly took out an arrow, knocked it, and pulled the bow. The entire process could be said to be done in one breath, as smooth as flowing water. Damn! Su Xiaoma was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was still extremely old. How did he suddenly become so agile? "Young man." The old man said, "Treating me as an old, weak, and disabled person is a form of contempt. It is also irresponsible to yourself. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the longbow in his hand shone with a bright light, and the arrowhead continued to gather energy. Su Xiaomao hurriedly stopped, his scalp gradually numb. Not good. After realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly turned around, poured the power of the true spirit into his legs, and instantly dragged the afterimage away. However, the old man's eyes were like a self-aiming cheat. No matter how the target moved, the arrow was always locked on the butt. Until he seized the opportunity, he released 2 fingers and shouted, "One sword to decide the universe." Whoosh! The sharp arrow burst out, like a white rainbow piercing the sun. Su Xiaomao, who was frantically escaping, suddenly stopped, looked at the camera in 0.1 second, and howled, "I'm finished, Puchi." In the outside world, Li Tian stabbed a dagger into the watermelon, and then quickly cut it into pieces, and laughed, "Senior brother, eat the melon. Junior brother Su, will it be okay to go in?" Li Qingyang took a piece of melon and was quite worried. Xiao Ziji said while eating, "It should be okay." Bah! He woody spat out the watermelon seed and said, "As long as we choose the old man with the bow, it will be easy to win." Just as everyone was talking, Su Xiaomao appeared outside the vortex of the secret realm with a bang. So fast. He woody was stunned. Junior brother Su. Li Qingyang walked over with a piece of melon, and found that the other side was still facing away from him, so he asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Ah oh." Suddenly, Su Xiaomao covered his butt and jumped up and down the back mountain like a monkey, and there were strange sounds from time to time. Ah oh oh. Ah oh oh oh. Chapter 1759. Su Xiaomao failed the challenge, and the result was, very tragic. This was good proof that he would always be the boss, and he could not look down on him just because he was old. Of course. Su Xiaomao did not look down on him. He lost because of his archery skills. If it were he woody, he would probably jump up and down. I'll give it a try. Li Fei rubbed his hands and walked into the Sky Might's secret land. Fly, choose the old man with, the bow to avenge me, no problem. After half a chapter, Li Fei was sent out of the secret land. He covered his butt and jumped up and down. I'll do it. Long Xiang could not stand it anymore. In the end, he jumped up in front of his fellow disciples in the same way. The core disciples were defeated again and again, but it did not affect the others. The inner and outer disciples began to line up to enter the Sky Might's secret land. Although some of them could kill Yagyu Jubiai who had lost his weapon in seconds, most of them could barely complete the task within the time limit. Therefore, they could not trigger the condition to enter the main hall, so the opponents in the second round were different. Ha ha ha. I got a sword. Li Tian was sent out of the secret land. He held a sharp sword, and his face was filled with ecstasy. This sword came from a heroic soul with the word A engraved on the back of his hand. It looked simple and unadorned, but in fact, it was not weaker than Yagyu Jubiai's katana. Patriarch. The next day, Li Qingyang came to report, there were a total of 100 disciples who challenged the Sky Might's secret land yesterday. Those who passed the first round are, after listening to the disciples' report, Jun Changshao concluded that those who passed the first round in seconds would be sent to the main hall to choose their opponents, and those who were defeated in a regular way would enter the ordinary second round, which was much less difficult. Especially when he Woody's opponent and the old man with the bow, he could basically confirm that it should be Guan Yu and Huang Zhong, one of the 5 tiger generals. Interesting. Jun Changshao's lips curled into a smile. There were people from the 3 kingdoms in the secret land, and there were also Japanese. Did it mean that the paintings on the wall were from the ancient famous people or generals of the former world? No. How could these ancient figures be so strong in the world of martial arts? It was undeniable that Guan Yu and Huang Zhong were considered top-notch fighters in their time. However, it was still considered a low-level martial artist. In the world of martial arts, where every movement could shake the heavens and earth, he would definitely be crushed. There was also the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. This was a weapon that he had bought in the early stages. After the upgrade, its power had been greatly increased. Could it be that it had been upgraded to a perfected weapon? If that is the case, Jun Changxiao's eyes burned with passion. The weapons and equipment of those S-rank heroic souls might be of the highest grade. Qingyang. If you have time, get Xing Chen and the others to go to the Heavenly Might's secret realm, especially to challenge S-rank heroic souls. This, Li Qingyang said weakly, I can't. He had also entered the Sky's Might Mystery Realm yesterday, but he did not choose Huang Zhong. Instead, he chose the martial artist with a spear next to him. In the end, he was defeated miserably by his opponent. Try more. Jun Changxiao said, find a mechanism. The strength of the core disciples was not weak. If they wanted to be stronger, they would have to be at the half-step celestial secret realm. Therefore, Gou Xing did not think that there was a suppression of strength in the secret realm. He might need to explore slowly. To put it bluntly, after being destroyed many times, he would naturally have experience. Yes. Li Qingyang returned to the peak where the disciples lived and called Su Xiaomua and the others over to discuss countermeasures. Simple. Su Xiaomua covered his butt and said, let's fight together. Good idea. Li Fei agreed. Isn't it unfair to fight with more people? Li Qingyang said. He Wudi said, the secret realm is not a competition. We don't have to care about numbers. That's true. Where's junior brother Yi? He went to the back of the mountain in advance. Boom. In the Heaven's Might secret realm, Yi Xingqian's fist, which gathered the powerful force of true spirit, directly killed the gatekeeper, Yagyu Jubiai. Then, he turned his face to the camera and said, trash. Because he killed an A-class heroic soul instantly, he was sent to the main hall to choose an S-class heroic soul. Who should he choose? Night Emperor looked and finally chose a burly man. Swoosh! The scene in front of him changed. He was in a burning barracks. Kill! Kill! Yi Xingqian ignored the shouts that disturbed his mind. His eyes were fixed on the distance. There stood a burly man, dragging two corpses with both hands. He grinned and said, you want to challenge me? Who? Ancient Heir Lai, Jian Wei. Jun Changxiao's guess was right. Many of the characters carved on the walls of the main hall came from the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. Of course. There were also portraits on another wall. But they were dark gray, which seemed to mean that they hadn't been activated yet. From the blurry style of the portraits, it could be seen that there was a three-headed and six-armed child on wheels, a birdman with two wings on his back holding a sledgehammer, a handsome warrior with three eyes leading a wolf dog, and a macaque in armor carrying a stick. All in all, there were all kinds of characters and all kinds of equipment. Based on the current situation, if the disciples wanted to obtain the equipment, they would have to defeat them, and the equipment would still be there. They wouldn't be like Guan Yu, who had come out but lost his saber. Shua! Yi Xingqian was miserably teleported out because he didn't defeat his opponent on time yesterday. So, he didn't waste any time and simply charged over. Boom! Boom! Jian Wei threw out the two corpses in his hands, which exploded in midair, filling the air with flesh and blood. Swoosh! Yi Xingqian dashed out and made a gesture of the sky-crossing palm. He instantly slapped the air several times, unleashing a terrifying power. Great! Jian Wei roared and charged forward with his tough body. Not only did he break the palm, he also pressed to Night Emperor's face and slapped down with tremendous force. Boom! The earth trembled, and the space collapsed. Huh! Jian Wei frowned. Although his palm hit the target, it was blocked by the hard armor. He asked in shock, "Isn't this Lu Bu's beast-faced chain armor?" Who? Who? At this moment, Yi Xingqian, who was fully armed, extended his right hand and waved the halberd that appeared out of nowhere. Bam! Dum! 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 Jian Wei stepped back quickly. After he regained his balance, he saw the weapon in the guy's hand and exclaimed, "A halberd? Die!" Yi Xingqian leaped into the air and used total annihilation to press down. Boom! Boom! The violent power swept across the secret realm. Stunned, Jian Wei was forced to step back again and again, but his eyes were still full of confusion. Why did he have all Lu Bu's equipment? Or, has he already defeated the guy? That can't be right. As one of the strongest S-level hero souls, why did the guy challenge me when he had already defeated me and inherited my equipment? Damn it! Is he bullying me? Shua! Yi Xingqian jumped up again. In order to finish the battle quickly and save time, he poured all his strength into the halberd. The energy waves generated when he waved it disturbed the space around and created a crack that seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. Boom! The halberd with terrifying power hit Jian Wei brutally, but the latter seemed to have chosen to give up. He immediately dispersed into smoke, and a large wooden box gradually appeared where he was. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Jian Wei of the Ancient. Chapter 1760. Yi Xingqian 1. Even he himself was at a loss. Logically speaking, that guy should be very strong. Why was he suddenly eliminated? Forget it. Let's look at the equipment first. Yi Xingqian came to the wooden box and kicked it open. There were 2 short halberds inside. Judging from the material and luster, they didn't seem to be weaker than his halberd. It's useless. He waved his hand and kept it in his spatial ring. Since the challenger defeated an S-class heroic soul, you can continue to choose the same level in the next round. At the same time, Yi Xingqian was sent into the main hall again. Then, he looked at the portrait on the wall and said, "This time, I have to choose a fiercer one. Otherwise, it will be boring." Knight Emperor came to the Heavenly Might secret realm not for weapons, but to find an opponent to spar with. Therefore, he hoped to meet an evenly matched expert. Boom! In another area of the secret realm, the team led by Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji successfully defeated the gatekeeper, Yagyu Jubiai. Because of the instant kill, they entered the main hall as expected. Who should we choose? Of course, Su Xiaoma originally wanted to choose Huang Zhong, but when he thought of the pain from yesterday, he quickly shifted his gaze to a heroic soul shrouded in black light and said, "Let's choose him." Okay. Li Qingyang agreed. Whoosh, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. Everyone was instantly out of the main hall and outside the towering city gate with the words Hulao Pass engraved on it. Damn! Su Xiaoma shivered and said, "The atmosphere is a bit strange. Trouble." He Woody frowned and said, "We seem to have chosen a guy with decent strength." Stomp! Stomp! At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the city gate. A moment later, a scarlet horse slowly trotted out, dragging a figure shrouded in monstrous demonic aura. Although his appearance could not be seen clearly, his aura was very strong. It's over. He Woody thought to himself, "I'm afraid we're going to fail." Hiss. The scarlet horse stopped outside the city gate. The figure shrouded in demonic aura said, "Who are you?" The voice was very domineering. Li Qingyang and the others looked extremely serious. Although the person riding on the horse didn't reveal his face, his aura and voice were both filled with the power to swallow mountains and rivers. He was probably stronger than the bow-wielding old man he met yesterday. The strength of the generals of the 3 kingdoms was determined according to the author's preferences. There was no need to argue. Otherwise, the strongest S-rank heroic soul, Doraemon, would appear in the next second and be abused. Disciple of the sect of all times. Heh, just a bunch of trash. Everyone fell silent. If someone else had said this, they might have thought that it was arrogant. But when it came from the mysterious Black Shadow, it seemed to be a matter of course. Don't waste time. Come at me together. Li Qingyang, who was originally thinking that it would be unfair to win with numbers, hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Excuse me." Shua. Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others entered battle mode and communicated with each other through eye contact. They had great teamwork when it came to fighting bosses. Forget it. He Woody muttered in his heart, I can't be too high profile. I have to keep a low profile. Because of his explosive performance in the Life and Death Secret Realm, he had to keep a low profile this time. Hiss. At this moment, the red horse raised its head and neighed, then rushed over. Competing in speed? Su Xiaoma touched his nose and said, I'm not bad either. Schwa. Schwa. Form shift. Wave-like subtle steps. Heaven and earth great shift. Su Xiaoma fully displayed his speed, but in the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being kicked away by the horse's hooves. In Yi Xingqian's words, it was useless to be flashy. Junior brother. Li Qingyang exclaimed. Boom. At this moment, Xiao Ziji stood in front of him with his shield and caught the red horse's forelegs. His knees kept sinking, and his face was extremely ferocious. Heaven-crossing palm print. He Woody seized the opportunity and rushed over from the side. In the end, the palm print that he condensed was all swept away by the horse's tail, so he pretended to suffer from the backlash and landed far away. He thought to himself, even a horse is so strong. Ancient shadowless kick. After Li Fei spun around, the shadow of his footsteps appeared, but in the end, he was sent flying by the crimson horse's rear leg. It could be said. In just a short period of time, many of the sect of all times' core disciples had been knocked down. The situation was very unfavorable. You can't even do anything to my red hair. Black Shadow said coldly, what qualifications do you have to challenge me? Damn it, Su Xiaoma stood up, anger rising on his face. Everyone. Li Qingyang said, let's get serious. All right. Everyone looked at each other, and immediately crossed their hands in unison. Words appeared on the back of their hands, and all kinds of special effects filled the air. Ka. Xiao Ziji, who had turned into a mecha, raised his flowing light shield. As the main meat shield of the team, he would stand at the front of his teammates in any situation. Boom. He Woody brought out the gate of life and death, and used his eyes to tell his companions to bring this horse in during the battle later. Li Qingyang and the others activated their words and exclusive weapons one after another. All the special effects were activated, and all the trump cards were used. It could be said that in ancient times, the three heroes in front of Hulao Pass fought Lu Bu, and today, the disciples in front of Hulao Pass fought Red Hair. When compared, why was it so bad? Heh. Black Shadow said disdainfully, trash will always be trash. However, since you all are so serious, I will naturally be serious too. Hiss. The red hair under him raised its head and neighed. The demonic aura around the figure also gradually dissipated, revealing an incomparably cold face. His eyes shone with a sharp luster, looking very frightening. A ruthless person. He Woody muttered in his heart. Whoosh whoosh. The demonic aura continued to dissipate, revealing a complete body. At that moment, the surrounding gloomy aura became even more intense, and there seemed to be earth-shaking shouts in his ears. However, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were dumbfounded. Because that cold guy was actually naked, wearing only a pair of large underpants while riding on the horse, although his muscles looked very perfect. This He Woody's mouth twitched. The guy who revealed his true appearance seemed to be very strong. Why wasn't he wearing any clothes? Could it be that he was like Hull Master Z, who had to tear his clothes off as long as he fought? Flying General Lu Fengxian felt a chill and instinctively looked down. Seeing that he wasn't wearing anything, he said in astonishment, "Where are my beast-faced swallowing head chain armor and my Sichuan red brocade 100-flower robe?" Ha! Su Xiaomo couldn't help but laugh while holding his stomach. Lu Fengxian said with a cold gaze, "You dare to laugh at me, I will immediately let you die without a burial ground." After saying that, he raised his hand to summon his weapon, but nothing was summoned. Damn it! Why is the sky piercer also gone? Swish! Just as Lu Fengxian was furious, a figure appeared on the battlefield out of thin air, wearing a three-pronged purple-gold crown, wearing a beast-face swallowing head chain armor, wearing a Sichuan red brocade 100-flower robe, holding a sky piercer. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were overjoyed. Junior Brother Yi. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.